Good morning, everyone. And good afternoon for those of you on the continent. I'm really thrilled to have everyone here today. And I'd like to say welcome to Africa Week and to welcome to our session, War Dramas in Cross-Cultural Context, Ethiopia, DRC, and the United States. I'm going to provide a bit of context before I introduce our panelists. I want us to think about how theatrical productions are activist interventions. In the United States, we tend to think of plays as entertainment, but in many countries, theater is a volatile tool for promoting social change. Today's panel, Zerihun Birihanu, Manyazawal Indasha, and Mbala Nkanga will focus on a single play in multinational context. We will see how a play written by an African-American author resonates as it goes across different cultural and geographical terrains. Ruined by Lynn Nottage won the 2009 Pulitzer Prize. The play centers around the character of a middle-aged woman named Mama Nadi, who runs a bar and a brothel in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. She considers herself to be a businesswoman because her establishment services government soldiers and military leaders. The women who populate Mama Nadi's bar survive at the mercy of men who come and go against a landscape of ongoing warfare. Mother Courage by Bertolt Brecht is a play that is also about this same topic. In the end, Mama Nadi's humanity is challenged as she comes to terms with what she has gained and lost by managing an establishment based on exploitation. Nottage wrote the play after conducting in-person interviews with Congolese women, and in a sense, the play is a docudrama. Even though it's been produced multiple times in the United States, it has gained minimal traction on the African continent. Today, 3 theater directors, 2 from Ethiopia and 1 from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, will comment on the meaning of the play in their respective countries and how it might impact audiences. We ask, how are themes of war and ethnic strife, which emerge in the play Ruined, relevant to ongoing struggles in each of your countries? I'm pleased to begin to welcome Zerihu Biryanu. He's a lecturer and a former UMAP scholar from Addis Ababa University. Manyazawal Indisha, who is the director of the Ethiopian National Theater, and my colleague, Imbala Nkanga, from the School of Music, Theater, and Dance at the University of Michigan, who is also in the Democratic Republic of the Congo as we speak. So I'll begin with Zerihu.
Thank you very much, Anita, and thank you very much for all of you to participate, for coming here to participate in such a wonderful discussion and conference. I'm very much delighted to speak about a well-known play by Lin Notaj. It is called Ruined. I translate in Amharic as Fallaga. Coincidentally, this year marks the 100 years of the beginning of European form of theater in Ethiopia. I just want to speak a few words about that coincidence. In 1921, in September of 1921, the first Ethiopian European form of play was written by a man called Taklaharat Taklamariam, a man who was raised in Russia and trained in a military academy, wrote and staged the first European form of theater in Ethiopia. Taklaharat wrote a collection of fables to teach the then young Liji Iyasu, who was a designated emperor of Ethiopia, for 3 years from 1916 to 23. His intention of writing the first play was amazing and intriguing for further discussion. I want to read a few lines from the play, introduction parts, which is translated by Balaina Habune and published at the University of Leeds in African Theater Series. I want to read the lines just to give us a glimpse of how the European form of theater in Ethiopia began and how it's going today. In the introduction part, the Taklaharat wrote the following few lines. One day in between, I received an invitation letter from Ato Huri, the mayor of Addis Ababa. It is said, tonight, we're going to present a theater performance at Ras Hotel, and we kindly request your permission to come and see our show. There had never been a play in our country before. Therefore, I went eagerly and in a hurry to see how they had managed to stage the performance. When I saw was a band of singers and dancers, men and a woman, singing and dancing accompanied by drum, masinko, and traditional instruments. I had been saddened observing the upbringing of Liji Iyasu. Now I got more sad watching how Ethiopians had been led to the road of modernity. I immediately realized the need to straighten up such leadership. I wished there and then to write an exemplary play. But I knew that I could not do it quickly because I was engaged fully with my work. Suddenly, an idea occurred to me. The idea was that it could be easily directed and presented if I used the animals in my earlier composition of fables as a character and gave them dialogue to speak to each other. I did that within a short time and was able to show it in the presence of the Crown Prince Rastafari at Terrace Hotel. That helped the printed book to be sold. Many people were looking for them, and with one day, about 300 books were sold. After this introduction, for the last 100 years, the Ethiopian theater have seen different levels of development. Many celebrated playwrights, directors, and performers have contributed significantly to its development, apparently created sometimes a hybrid, sometimes a new form of Ethiopian theater. One of the key features of the Ethiopian theater has been its use of vernacular language, which is of course related to the independence of the country. Amharic has been the main medium of staging theater, mainly in Addis Ababa until recent times. The use of vernacular language in one way supported the development of theatrical and cultural forms, and in another way, challenges the development and expansion of Ethiopian theater in the international stage. Developing multiple language use in the theater and creating international opportunities for the theater, for the Ethiopian theater, would be the main assignment while we celebrate the 100 years of beginning of European theater form in Ethiopia. Having said these few words about the beginning, and as we are celebrating the 100 years of the beginning of Ethiopian theater, I will go now to Ruined. As Professor Anita introduced, Ruined, which I call it Fallaga, which is in Amharic, is a Pulitzer Prize winning play. It's written by Lin Notaj. The play is about civil war and its repercussions in Democratic Republic of Congo. Set in a very small village and a small bar, it shows the struggle and survival of women in a war-torn society. Beyond everything, the play tries to craft a new form of mother courage, which Manyazawal will talk about it later. in an African setting. By depicting the unparalleled challenges of civil war, Lynn tried to show the strengths of women, perhaps every human being in general, in such challenging situations. The idea is survival. War cannot be a very good thing, but not always. Sometimes there are situations where one can choose the prevalence of war and conflict for its continuing survival. Mama Nadi, the main character in the play, played by the well-known Ethiopian National Theatre actress Masarat Hiyot, she also performs in many plays, including Mother Courage, which is translated and directed by Manezo Ndasho. Mama Nadi is a wise, powerful, and surviving character in the middle of a civil war. Her life, along with the situation of other women and young soldiers, make the story of the play revolve. Now, I want to say a few things why I translated the play. I translated the play while I was a UMAPS fellow at the University of Michigan in 2018. During that time, and of course until now, a new political atmosphere has surrounded the Ethiopian social and political situation. A new Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, was elected as a Prime Minister of Ethiopia. This subsequent political situation happened after the coming of the new government, sparked a wave of conflict, internal displacement of people, and above all, a military insurgency and conflict in many parts of the country. The military confrontation between the rebel soldiers and the government created a tension among us. I am one of the Ethiopian citizens who is worried about such challenges and hope to create a platform for discussion and exchange. Then Ruin come along the way. I translated Ruin not only for its artistic quality and engaging story, but also for its theme that exceeds boundaries. If not controlled, the situation in Ethiopia cannot be different from the situation in Democratic Republic of Congo or any other war-torn country in the world for that matter. I hope that the translation of the play will create a significant dialogue and scholarship among us, and if not naive, to help stop such conflicts. I took a direct translation method to avoid any kind of misunderstanding or misinterpretation. I used the character original names and original setting, but subtly tried to give a contextual meaning. I hope that the meaning will give our audience to translate it to the Ethiopian situation. After translating the play, the rehearsal preparation took more than a year and a half. After all the challenges, it was hoped to be staged at the Ethiopian National Theatre, but the COVID pandemic interrupted everything in the theater. The University of Michigan African Studies Center supported the production and possible recording of the play's premiere to be screened at the University of Michigan. The support came from the interest of the university to develop collaboration between the African Studies Center and the Addis University College of Performing and Visual Arts. And now the Ethiopian National Theatre became another partner in the production of the play by extending the collaboration. I hope to continue talking about the play during our discussion time, but due to time restriction, I'm going to stop here and allow the screening of the rehearsal video. Even though it became impossible to screen the premiere of the play, I want to share you a rehearsal video recorded by Dehi and edited by Manihal Banti. It's a 7-minute rehearsal video, which is recorded at the Addis University Cultural Center and the Ethiopian National Theatre. Let's take a look.
ሌላ ምን እንዳመጣሁልሽ እንኳን አልጠየቅሽም።
ምን አመጣልህ?
ሂጂና መኪናውን ተመልከች።
ገምቼ ልትለኝ ነው?
ደግሞ ስላንቺ አላሰማም።
እሷ
ሁለቱንም በአንድ ሰው ይሰሩ ሰዎች
መግቢያው የሚያቃጥለኝ ተጨማሪ ሁለት እናሳተን።
እባክሽ ሁለቱንም የአንድ ሰው ምግብ ስጫቸው።
ጆሴፊን
Gala
አሁን ስለነገርካቸው?
አዎ በፍቃደኝነት ነው የመጡት።
እና
ሳሊማ ከትንሽ መንደር ነው የመጡት። እንደተረዳሁት ግን በመደፈሯ ምክንያት የአካባቢ ሰዎች ሊቀበሏት ፈቃደኛ ናቸው። አልተማረችም፣ ግን በፍጹም አታስቸግርሽም፣ አታስጨንቅሽም። እባክሽ ለአንድ ወር ያህል እንኳን ውሰጃትና ተመልከቻት። ደግሞ ልንገርሽ በጣም ጠንካራ ሰራተኛ ነች።
ልጆቼ በአግባቡ ንጹህ እንዲሆኑና ስነ ስርዓት እንዲይዙ እፈልጋለሁ። አመሰግናለሁ ማየ። አመሰግናለሁ ማየ።
አንዱ ሰካራም ወታደር በተቻለው አቅም ራሱን የሁሉም ነገር ነፃ አውጪ አድርጎ ያስባል። የኔንም ጫማ እንዲሁ እዚህ ስመጣ አዲስ ጫማ መግዛት ነው እኮ ስራዬ።
እንደውም እድለኛ ነህ፣ የፈለገው ጫማን ብቻ ነው።
እውነትሽ ነው።
ስነ ስርዓት ወታደር ለመጫወት እየሞከረ ነው።
ለዛች ልጅ ጣዕም ሲል ምን አሳልፎ እንደሰጠ እንኳን ያውቃል። ታሳዝናለህ። መቼም ገበያ ላይ ስንት እንደሚያወጣ ሁላችንም እናውቀዋለን።
ከወር በፊት ማንም ዞር ብሎ የማያየው ድንጋይ ነበር። አሁን ግን ሁሉም እሱ ላይ ሆነ።
Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. You know, it's so funny seeing that footage because 1 year ago, I was there when they were doing that process in the National Theater. And that's something I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about. A lot of that footage was shot by my husband and then edited by Zedihun. And I'm very grateful to the African Center for allowing me to do this, to be able to go and see and experience and continue to collaborate with Zedihun around this kind of theatrical activity. One of the questions has come up about ethnic strife. And I think it's very interesting that when we were first staging the play, we had no, I mean, there was, of course, ethnic strife in Ethiopia, but not at the level that it developed to in the year afterwards. And also that 1 year ago, we were there kind of like in this blissful world of creating art and theater in a common space, thinking about how it could be used to incite conversations about ethnic strife. Then COVID hit, people had to pull in and not be able to do the kind of work that we think is so important in terms of inciting conversations through the plays that we do. So Zedihun, it was really beautiful to see that compilation of the work that you had done. I know that it was staged both at the university as well as at the National Theater. It was wonderful to see the actors. At the point in which we had to stop production, we had just begun to integrate music into the work on the stage. And so to see that live again is bringing back a lot of those memories. I do want to say that the project that we were doing at that time involved bringing together theater scholars from the University of Michigan with theater scholars from Addis Ababa University in order to think about how we can continue to write histories of Ethiopia. I know that Zerihun has an interest in trying to specifically find literature in both Amharic and in English that will talk to how ethnic strife can be resolved or its impact on communities who continue to engage with warfare. I hope that that is, and so it was wonderful to see those visuals in that way. So at this point, I think I'd like to turn it over. Oh, I want to just put a little bit of framing. Ruined is also based, it follows the structure somewhat of Bertolt Brecht's Mother Courage, which is a drama that takes place during the 30 Years' War in Germany. In that play, we have, in the Mother Courage play, we have another woman entrepreneur, a woman who is like running a business off of the devastation of war as well. And Manya Zewal Indisha directed that play. So during my time in Ethiopia, I was able to see his show, which was an amazing interpretation of the play through the lens of Ethiopian history. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Manya Zewal Indisha to have him talk a little bit about his perceptions of the play and his own project with Mother Courage. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say a few words about the 65th year of the foundation of the Ethiopian National Theatre. We actually celebrated last month. And during our celebration, we showed some extracts from different plays by our famous playwrights. One is Tsaggaye ገብረመድኅን, and some maybe 25 or actually 30 years back, he wrote, and Abate Mekuria, director, mounted the play at the City Hall Theatre. And it's about the war between Ethiopia and Eritrea. At that time, it was the military government, and Tsaggaye, I think he was inspired by Athol Fugard's play, The Blood Note, about two brothers from the same mother, but different fathers. One is black, the other one is fair-skinned, and they're close, living together, helping each other, but at the same time, there is this tension because of their skin tone. So I think Tsaggaye adapted this play to show a fighter from the Eritrean side, a freedom fighter, and an Ethiopian soldier. So the Eritrean freedom fighter was a prisoner. So the two of them are the only characters in the play. So instead of the conflict, Tsaggaye tried to show, to actually stress their brotherhood, their similarity, their dilemmas, and so on. So because of that, I think the play was only shown once or maybe twice, and then it was banned because the military government wanted to portray the Eritrean Liberation Front fighters as negative, as people who wanted to disrupt the country and so on. So we extracted a few scenes from this play and showed it to our public just for one day. We plan to keep doing it, but we don't know, maybe the bureaucratic situation may not allow us, but we'll see. So now, Mother Courage. When I was a student in Germany, I saw Brecht's Mother Courage in Berlin. And since then, I wanted to do it, but probably the right time didn't appear. So I think it was in 2017 that the ethnic strife in our country came to a head, and there was there were demonstrations, violence, burning of factories, and so on. So I said, maybe this is a time to do this play. And I adapted it to our situation. Again, the background was the war between Ethiopia and Eritrea. It took 30 years, just like the European war. So I had this dilemma of keeping the Brecht techniques, the alienation effect, but at the same time, I wanted the play to directly communicate to the audience. So I somehow tried to compromise, not to totally ignore Brecht's techniques, but at the same time, to also make the audience feel the situation at that time, the war and the problem of the mother. And the other point was Brecht presented the mother very critically. He wanted to say that this woman is trying to profit from the war, and she's an entrepreneur, but she's losing her children, but still she wants to stay in business. So instead of stressing that part, I wanted to show her being the victim of situation, a situation that is beyond her control. So that was my approach. Now coming to Ruined, Zarihun talked to me about his idea and he gave me his translation. I liked it very much because it was directly showing the problem to the audience. It was a realistic play. And I felt of all the plays I've seen in Addis about the situation, war situations, this was the most effective, I thought. And I felt that the National Theatre has a duty to cooperate with Zarihun. In fact, the National Theatre and the Addis Ababa University have already agreed to work together. So this is going to be the first major cooperation, which I believe will succeed. Now, we will open it in Addis here, the National Theatre, but my idea is to take it to the regions, if possible, to places where these ethnic conflicts have taken place, because it's more relevant to show it to those people than the people in the city here. But of course, it's not very simple, maybe a bit dangerous. And I'm not an adventurer to go into war zones and endanger the lives of our actors and technicians. But I believe the Ministry of Peace, we have a Ministry of Peace, will cooperate with us and probably will help us to find the place where it's a relatively less risky place, and we can mount our play, show it to the audience, and at the same time discuss the situation. It's not only an entertainment or where people feel sad and leave, but they have to discuss what their problem is. So it becomes a starting point for discussion, for more understanding of the different ethnic groups who are in conflict. So that's my idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Manyazawal. That was wonderful. It's wonderful to hear that the production will continue. At this point, I'd kind of like to take the production back to its roots, because it's really interesting to think about how it's being evolved in the Ethiopian context, but it was written about the Congo. It was written in the Congo. She interviewed people from the Congo. And I was discussing this with my colleague, as I said, Dr. Imbala Nkanga, and he told me that he had also pursued the idea of doing a production in the Congo, and that it was difficult to realize it because of the ethnic strife going in that country. So at this point, I would like to introduce Imbala and have him talk about his perspective, both on the origins of the play, and then on how the play has evolved into an American script, because remember, the warfare is being viewed through the lens of an African-American woman who is not from the Congo, which is always interesting to me, and then how that might play back to people from the nation where the strife originated. So at this point, I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Imbala Nkanga.
Thank you, Anita. I don't know if it's possible for me to share a short PowerPoint where I put together some of the ideas that I would like to share with you. If it's possible, let's do it. Let me put it forward. I don't know. Where do we do this? Let me ask for share screen. I think you can see the screen, right?
Yes, Mbala, we can see the screen at this point, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I heard the Ethiopian experience and I saw the rehearsals, and it touches me to see whenever a situation that is from your own country that is translated and produced elsewhere, it touches me a lot. But I would like to put a little bit of context before I come back to the play itself. As you can see in this map, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is in Central Africa. It's a big country, as people know, and it is interesting to know that that country has a territory of 2,345,408 square kilometers, which translates to 905,567 square miles. And it's run throughout by the Congo River, which is long for about 4,700 kilometers. The population is estimated a little bit over 9 million people. And the capital city, Kinshasa, where I'm now, has about 12 million inhabitants. It's hard to present the wars in the Congo because Congo has always been in a state of war since its inception in 1885. Even the independence in 1960 did not help stop the war tendency of the country. But today's war can be approached in 3 different stages. The first stage started in 1996 and lasted until 1997 with the toppling of Marshal Mobutu Sese Seko and the arrival of Laurent Désiré Kabila to power. Another one started in 1998 and lasted to 2003 with some of the people who helped Kabila to come to power and turning against him. We all know that he was assassinated in 2001. And then there is another one that started in 2004 and still going on as we speak. And each of these phases has its reasons, its characteristics, and it's all told of humanitarian crisis. I'm not going to get into all these details because I'll leave these to political scientists and historians and others to deal with. But what I know is that this war that started basically in 1996 is characterized by denials of all the belligerent. I want you to keep that in mind, denials of belligerents. No one wants to take responsibility. No one wants to recognize their part in this unending war. So as we speak now, there is this general map that I found on the internet which basically gives us a sense of what are the hot zones that we are talking about here. You would see that it's around in the North Kivu and the South Kivu, but it can also be seen elsewhere, basically around the Masisi region and Bukavu, as well as in the southern part of South Kivu. That's where this war is taking place, and that's where you have a lot of violence against women, against children, and also against men. We don't talk very much about the violence against men, but we totally talk about the rape against women, but there are also men who are raped on the daily basis in this area. And this is the result of the one that was the most vicious one, the one that was called the Second Congo War between 2001 and 2003. It was extremely vicious. That war brought together many other countries, and they fought in the Congo in various positions. But keep in mind, there is always the factor of denial as we speak. So you have from South Africa to Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Angola, and so forth. All these countries had stakes in this war. All these countries had troops at some point or the other on the ground in the Congo. Although they removed their troops later on, but still they have mercenaries and other proxies fighting for them in the Congo. Paradoxically, in a country torn by these wars and civil unrest, there are few voices from the artist against the violence. And this is very paradoxical. Artists in general, and especially theater makers, are silent in general. When they speak, mainly it's about asking for the UN forces to leave the country. You hear a lot of music on that, and basically that's it. No major play is being performed or being made or produced on that. But there are few exceptions, but those exceptions only deal with the phenomenon of child soldiers. That's what most theater artists in the Congo talk about, child soldiers. And usually they use foreign playwright like Jean-Marie Piem, a Belgian, wrote Toreador, which is a play about Eastern Europe, but that was adapted to the situation in the Congo. And then you have Amadou Kourouma's Quand on refuse, on dit non, which is a play about child soldiers in Côte d'Ivoire, which was adapted here in the Congo as to reflect the situation of child soldiers in the Congo. Maybe it's because of the funding, because most of the funding in these conditions come from NGOs, and most NGOs are afraid of touching the situation of violence against women in Eastern Congo. Most NGOs are afraid of touching the humanitarian crisis up front. They prefer to act on the ground, but they don't want to put themselves into the media. So as we go back to lean notage play, lean notage play is, I think, exceptional work for us Congolese. For us intellectuals, for us theater practitioner, it's interesting, but at the same time, very difficult to produce in the conditions of the Congo today. There have been many attempts to have it produced. The last attempt was by the American Embassy in 2016 with Lynn Notage herself in attendance. And that was the only performance that was produced, presented in public most of the time. And the play was basically, I would say, silently banned so that no one wants to try it again. I tried to do it myself with a translation in Lingala, which is the local language here in Kinshasa, but I would discourage to do it for many reasons, which we might talk about if you are interested in the discussion. The play itself is about illicit business, and the
Okay, Mbala, we're losing your connection. Hi. I'm hoping that was an amazing, I think we might have lost his connection at this point. So I think that we should possibly open it up for the general group discussion, because I'd really like to hear when Mbala comes back, which I'm sure he will, the discussion of the Ethiopian theater directors about how they might, are you back, Mbala? Hi, I think we might have lost him. I think right now we should go to the open discussion, and that way when Mbala comes back, we can continue the conversation. Is it possible to see all of the presenters in the same window? Okay, I see everyone. So you've heard a little bit from Mbala about how challenging, there he is, hello, you're back. We've heard about, sorry, Mbala, we lost you. Anyway, we've heard about how this has played out in the Congo. And I think it's interesting, Manyazawal, that you're now interested in producing this and touring it to the regions. How do you think you will work with opposition that might arise or violent circumstances around the presentation of ethnic strife? Unmute, please, Manyazawal. You are muted.
Yeah, okay, no, sorry. I haven't yet worked out the details of how we go about it, but I believe the Ministry of Peace has an interest in resolving these conflicts. So we work closely with the ministry and find places that are less in conflict at the moment. Probably we may go to places which has already gone through the conflict, but still the problem is not that visible, but maybe it still goes on underneath. So we don't go into war areas, that will be very dangerous, but to areas which is relatively calm, but where the problem is not solved yet. So my belief is we'll go to such places, prearrange it with the regional government and the situation. So it will be a controlled situation where we show it to the audience and conduct a discussion. So I have to work the details probably with the Ministry of Peace people.
Maybe can I add something with that?
Of course.
Yeah, beyond the works of the Ethiopian National Theatre, because when Professor Mbala was talking about how it is impossible to translate display into the Congo atmosphere, that was also my concern when I was translating from English to Amharic. So when I was speaking earlier, I said that I use direct translation method because if I adapt for example, the names, the people in the conflict, the soldiers or the government soldiers, it will also be again another difficult to stage, even to try to stage it here at the Ethiopian National Theatre. So one of the key methods we used was to translate it directly and then show, when you see the performance, it is about the Congo Civil War, it is about the situation in Congo, but still again, you can get the meaning inside. So there is a small pathway through which we can also communicate with the audience that there is a story in Congo, but again, letting them to translate it the situation that's here. So that's also one option beyond what Manazwal was saying, communicating with the Minister of Peace and the Ethiopian National Theatre.
So do you have any responses? Mbala, can you still be heard?
Yes, I think you can hear me.
Okay, so what advice would you offer to our commentary about trying to stage the work in Ethiopia?
Well, I think that the problem here, I would start with that. The problem here in Congo is that lineage was very powerful and very specific. And the characters basically respond to the description of the people who were involved with those violence. And those people are the ones who are in power now. And that's the problem here, that the play is extremely realistic in portraying those people. I can personally identify them by their personal names.
Mm.
And that's what is delicate about this play, and especially, and she did very little to hide the names and just change few things, few syllables here and there. But basically, those are the people who are involved in the conflict, and especially the conflict of 2001 to 2003 and 2004. That's one problem. As for Ethiopia, I think that it is important for us as theater people to find a way to express ourselves in a different setting, because presenting this play in different setting, which is an African setting, it is possible to have people read about it, hear about it, and talk about the events, the plight of those victims in the conflict. That's my take in it. And personally, I encourage the effort by Zerim because of that. I'm frustrated here because I'm unable to do that, and to see a colleague do it elsewhere, which is not far from here. And I'm sure many Congolese will see it there, especially those who live in Ethiopia. It feels good to hear that. That would be my take on this.
I think two things have come out of the conversation. One is the idea of translation and when a piece can actually be done somewhere or not. I mean, I think that Manyaze-Wal, by doing Bertolt Brecht's play, is addressing the same topic, but not by naming the individuals who are actually in country. And that's a strategy we see playing out across theater often. I know that you've also done a production of Antigone during this time of strife in Ethiopia in the National Theater. And that is another drama, another war drama, but it's distant. It's not about actually what's happening in Tigray and in Addis right now. It's like you look at it through a metaphorical lens, and somehow it makes it more possible to address the topic. One of the questions that's come out in the chat and otherwise is this discussion of women. I mean, it's a little bit, you have to dance around, I feel somewhat, this conversation about violence against women. Some of it has to do with culture, some of it has to do with religion, but could you comment, each of the directors, on the presence of the violence against women in your countries and in the play, and how you might address it through theatrical production? I mean, I saw that in Zerihun's play, for example, you had singing. Like, singing is one way to kind of relieve the tension, but how are you going to deal with this challenge of ongoing violence against women in all of your countries, including here? Anyone can answer, just open your mic.
I think I would allow the senior directors to speak first, and then I'll talk.
Manyazewala Mbala, have you anything to say on that? I know that each of you are activists in your own way.
Okay. Actually, it's clear in such conflict areas, the main victims are women, and even when I do Mother Courage, even if it is not on the level of ruined, it was the women who were victimized, the mother herself and her daughter. So it's clear in almost any conflict, it is the women who suffer the most. So the play, Ruined, showed this delicately and very, very emotionally. So I see no problem portraying that. Probably it will be very painful for people watching this, sharing their experience, sharing the emotion. Apart from that, I see no problem mounting this play.
Mbala, you had commented on how the violence was also against men as well as women. Would you like to say anything in response to that question?
Oh, yeah. My attempt in producing it, and the one that was done in 2016, stressed the role of music, the role of singing, because it's a very powerful medium to express the pain and the trouble in which people are. So music is very, very much part of this production. My version, the one I wanted to produce here, was basically a musical. I changed the play into a musical because I thought that music is embedded in the violence in the Congo. It's embedded, and especially when you consider women. When you listen to women at the Panzi Hospital, for example, they use music as a way of liberating themselves from the pain, from the shame they go through. And they dance because it's healing, and they perform because it's healing. So I think that music and singing is very important in this play, and it has to be stressed beyond what Lil Notage planned. At least for us as African, I think that we need to do that. That's what my take is.
That's a really important comment. I'm going to turn to Zerihun in just a second. That's a really important comment because I think that we talk a lot about trauma And the American tendency is to like, oh, we're doing a play that's going to put people into trauma, so we'll have a conversation about it. But I think in many contexts, it is the song and the dance that has an element of what we call musical, that is a way of releasing the trauma and also being able to bring the community together to process. Because the goal of these projects is not just to inspire trauma or to relive a history that everyone knows, but rather to be a form of healing and reconciliation that can happen through the embodiment, through people actually putting their own bodies in the space of reconciliation. Zerihun.
My understanding of women's of women in this play is I want to understand it, or I do understand it in a different perspective. Whenever I stage the play or when I translate the play, I usually tend to make the woman more powerful in a different version, in different perspective. For example, using music is also one method of challenging themselves and then going away from the trouble. In the other way, for example, if we see one of the characters, she will make a suicide at the end of one of the scenes. I never thought that was a depressing moment or like a challenge, but I thought it is also one way of liberating herself from the challenge that she's facing. And the third way, for example, if we see Mama Nadi, she became powerful in everything she does. That's also one of the way to challenge the status quo or to challenge the problems that's happening in the scene. So in different perspectives, the play gives us ample experience of women to protect themselves or to protect themselves from the challenge that they are facing in the story. So whenever we see this type of situation, for example, the challenge of women, I think it's important also to understand the context of the play, and then the context of where we're staging the play. So in one way, we show them through the stories. In another way, as Manazwal was saying before, through discussions after the performance. So we can make the challenges of women an issue, and then communicate with the audience and also other possibly decision makers in the environment.
Are there any final closing remarks from any of the panelists before we open it up to the general community?
Well, I think I will try again to bring video so you can see me. That's the problem. Yeah, the connection here is totally unstable, so that's why I switched to only voice. The final comment I would say that is, this play won awards in the US, and this play needs to win awards in Africa too, because it's talking about important situations happening to women first, but also to men in general in Africa. In almost all violent situations in Africa, we have the same thing happening ever again and again and again. And I think that this play needs to know more productions, and people need to talk about it more. And even, I would say, develop strong scholarship around this play, dealing with the reaction of artists to wars and violence. That would be my take about this play.
I have a question from Kelly Askew. It says, thank you so much for such thoughtful and important artistic labor. Would you be willing to assess the impact on audiences? Is there an active community of reviewers in both countries to respond to this work?
If I speak about the Ethiopian experience, we didn't assess the audience feedback yet because it was not premiered yet at the Ethiopian National Theatre. But from our experience in the Ethiopian theater scene here at Addis Ababa, whether it is at the Ethiopian National Theatre or other theaters like Hagar Fitr Municipality Theatre, we have a very vibrant audience and people who can understand the concept and the idea of the play and then who can respond to it. I think Manezuela will talk because I observed it as you also was an audience at the Mother Courage, as you have seen. There was so many people who were attending the performances and they're responding to the performances. We also have a very good, vibrant media, radio and television, who do reviews and reflections on plays that can also support the impact on the audience and then attract audiences to come to the theater. We also have a good audience in regional cities where we hope to tour our performances, and then we hope we can get a very good reaction from them.
Yes, and I will say my response to seeing Mother Courage, I was so pleased. It was people lined up for blocks, trying to get in to see the production in a sold out house for multiple weekends in Addis. So there's definitely an interest and a conversation happening around the play productions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say the same thing here in Kinshasa. Although we have a different economic situation that is affecting theater and performance in general here, so that most venues, if not all the venues, which were intended for theater, have become funerarium. That's where people organize their funerals, at least until up to the COVID, because the government has decided to stop that, and probably will see the owners reverting back to hosting theater performance. So that's one problem. The other possibility is to have it perform under the label of popular theater, which is on the street and on TV. There are specific TV stations that are producing just play for fun, but there is no serious discussions about social issues. And I think it's also due to the political situation the country is going through. Dictatorship is very much present here, and there is no denying it.
Another question from Laura Binney. She says, is there a trans-African or regional theater company that travels around the continent doing performances in different countries? I think they say no. I mean, I think, so again, there's a question of translation, right? Ruined was written in English. Zerihun has translated it into Amharic. And Bala has tried to translate it into Lingala. So I think that the power of the theater is that it speaks differently when it's in local languages and dialects, that it does. There is no like universal language across Africa, right? I think that that's one of the things, and that's why it's really important to do works that are ethnically specific. I know that even in Ethiopia, doing performances in Amharic is not reaching all of the different ethnic communities within the country. So translation is a challenge. I would imagine that the easiest kinds of communications would happen in performances that are not text-based. But even then, when the music is sung, it's not going to translate across. There's a question from another UMAP scholar, Tesfaye Shutu, and I'm wondering if that's something that he could pose his question live, because it's not in the chat. No? Okay, there are two anonymous, one is an anonymous, I'm going to read these, and I think they're comments more than questions, but I'll read them. One says, thank you, Professor Ngala, for a nice but sad history in the Congo. So bizarre and maddening that there's so much similarity between Congo and other parts of Africa, such as in Ethiopia, as is currently being played out now, and basically parallels with sexual violence denial by governmental parties. God have mercy on us that we're not learning from each other and from history. I hope that the arts, especially theater, will bring in social appreciation and develop the consciousness to a societal level. One question. The second question is it says, question to Professor Gonzalez. It's fascinating to see the intersections of perspective from African-American, African, and European experiences. I was wondering if your project includes perspectives from Afro-Latino traditions based on my own scholarship. I would say that the beautiful thing about a play is that it can be read through many different cultural contexts. And a good play, like the one that Nottage has written, is able to resonate in many different circumstances. But of course, they're very different socio, cultural, political perspectives, both about the role of women as well as about war in each of the countries. So yes, the play can certainly be performed in other contexts, and it would have to be re-envisioned and reimagined, much as Zerihun and Mbala and Manzawala are doing here. Okay. So Tesfaye, we're waiting for you to enter the question as a written question in the Q&A. Someone else writes, it is interesting that no African women on the panel about plays where women are primarily exploited. Gonzalez, like Nottage, is from outside of the context. That's a really good question. So that's a really good question. All I can attest to is that there are indeed women directors and dramatists in Ethiopia, because I met some at the university. But I think it would be interesting to talk about the role of women in theater in each of your countries, because of course, having women as theatrical directors and producers might increase the numbers of women's stories that are being told.
Well, I may talk about the situation here in Kinshasa, where there are a few women artists, young in their 30s, who are becoming more and more active in terms of speaking out in their plays, but mostly in through popular theater on TV, on the street, but not speaking out openly in the official media, for example, or in what we may consider classical, whatever you can call it, performance, because they are afraid. And the violence in the east of the Congo is played out in the media in a different way, where women are sometimes banned for having said one or two words more. I'm talking about journalists, for example. And so they have to keep quiet, and it's painful to see. It's painful to see. Men even do that, but arrest is just outside the door, and that's a serious people, because the people who initiated these events, these violence, are still in the position of power, and they control everything. And every time a woman speaks, that woman is arrested. I can't tell you how many activists, women activists, have been arrested and found themselves being violated in the jails of the security services. And when they come out, they close it, never speak again. There are many. I mean, if we had to put names, we can't put them on the public place like here, but their names.
Violence is a real silencer.
Yeah.
Zerihun.
Yeah. Well, the situation in Manazwal will explain in detail because he had a very long experience in the Ethiopian theater stage and is one of the well-known, respected directors here. Considering the role of women in Ethiopian theater, we have a significant number of women who contributed significantly to the development of Ethiopian theater. I know in numbers they're few, but their contribution is significant, starting from the early 30s and 40s by a woman named Sinudu Gabro. She's one of the pioneers of women playwrights, directors, and she was the one who contributed significantly to the involvement and inspiration of many women playwrights and directors. And throughout the last 100 years, we've seen women playwrights, women directors, and actresses who played significant role in the Ethiopian theater stage. But in numbers, there are still a few. It's not like considering the number of performers, the number of directors and playwrights in the Ethiopian theater scene, we have small number of women playwrights, directors, but their contribution is amazing and is very significant. For example, in recent times, we have colleagues who are known playwrights and directors like Maaza Warko, who's now organizing the 100 years celebration of the Ethiopian theater. And she is also one of the key playwrights and directors currently in the Ethiopian theater stage. And Aze Warko, for example, Masarat was one of the key players, actors in the Ethiopian theater stage. And we have so many women recently now. The development increasing, but I hope we'll have so many women playwrights coming out to the stage. We're also seeing a development of women theater academicians in the university. The Edsa University Theater School was only the only one for the long period of time. Now we have almost 10 universities and theater schools all over the country, and we have women academicians coming to the stage, as you have seen last time when you were here. So I hope it's going to develop in the next few years, but their contribution is significant.
I can say that in working there last year, this time, it was one of my greatest pleasure to see the women starting to write, starting to think about how they could intervene in the way the history is told, that they were developing a form of monologue that they felt was particularly important to women to be able to express personal stories. I mean, Nottage's play embeds monologues in it. Monologue moments are some of the most important. And so they were thinking about how one could create a monodrama for the women to have a presence on the stage. I didn't feel that they felt like they were, as they say, controlling the means of production, right? But that they were beginning to have their voices heard within the context of Ethiopian theater.
Anita, let me add quickly something.
Sure.
About women, here in Kinshasa and many other Francophone Africa, women are reverting to stand-up comedy. So you see them more and more speaking out, but through stand-up comedy. That's all I wanted to add.
That's interesting. I love that. Mani, do you have anything to contribute?
Considering the history of Ethiopian theater, the participation of women is very limited. And let's say half a century back, it was men dressed as women playing.
You muted, men just as women.
Say we've come some distance, but still on the area of acting, we can say almost 50-50. But when it comes to playwriting and directing and producing, we have very few women. So I think at this time it's getting better, and it will be better in the times to come. But still, it's not satisfactory.
Zedihun, I have a question that is coming to you from both Tesfaye and Anonymous. It says that if you do a direct translation and put some music and song in it, how do the Ethiopian audiences find themselves in the play?
That's a good question. As I said before, the political situation, as Professor Mbala was explaining, the political situation, the social situation in the play or in the story is almost very similar with what's happening in the real world here. So we have a very similar situation where how conflict contributed to the impact on the lives of women who are living everywhere in the country. So when I translated directly, I have also made a little bit adjustment to the Ethiopian situation, so that people can understand or relate it with our own situation. The music is it's a translation, so again, it's very related with us, even if it's a direct translation, it's very related to us. And then I try to subtly adjust some ideas inside the play, and then to make it more familiar to the Ethiopian audience. And I hope the Ethiopian audience will understand what's happening there, and they're related with the everyday realities in the country.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're about at time. I want to thank the panelists. This was an amazing conversation for me, not only because it was about the performing arts, but it was also about the power of the performing arts and the power of the performing arts to really speak back to core issues of war and ethnic strife in each of your countries. I want to say to Zedihun Mbala and Mani that I hope that we will be able to continue this conversation in other contexts. I'm very grateful to the Africa Center and to the UMM Africa Week for sponsoring this event. And I hope that we can be in touch in the future about how to do more translations. I'd really like the idea about a company that can move across various African countries, but of course we'd have to see how one would actually realize that in all of the multiple contexts that represent the continent and its languages and its cultures and its histories. That is a big job. But I'm very grateful to each of you for doing the directing work to make interventions in this area. And let's continue to move forward with our projects in this way. Thank you all. This is amazing.
Thank you very much for this panel. And I really want to thank the African Studies Center for supporting this project, and also for the Ethiopian National Theatre for their amazing support during the production of the performance. I'm also inviting all of you, including all the international audience, to celebrate with us the 100 years of theater in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My colleagues in Ethiopia and Anita, and of course, the center. Thank you for allowing me to speak from Kinshasa. Oh, that's a feat. Thank you.
Very good. Very good, colleagues. We will see each other soon, and we'll continue to make work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. I'm John Ianian at the University of Michigan, where I serve as director of the Institute for Healthcare Policy and Innovation and a senior advisor to the Center for Global Health Equity. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to our panel on data science for health in Africa, one of the featured panels, part of the Africa Week, sponsored by the University of Michigan in collaboration with partners across Africa. It's great to have you join us today, capping off a week of fascinating discussions of different issues related to policy and development in Africa and collaborations underway with colleagues at the University of Michigan. I'd like to welcome and call on my co-moderator, Professor Masi Matumba, to introduce herself.
Thank you, John. Just a minute. So my name is Masi Matumba. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Health Behavior and Biological Sciences at the School of Nursing. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all. I'm looking forward to the discussion on data science and how it can be applied within the African context. But before we get started, I would like to highlight an initiative that we have that is really in line with the panel discussion today. So the School of Nursing has a really deep interest in data science and applying data science or big data analytics to chronic diseases. And I think this is really relevant to the context of Africa, especially when we think about chronic diseases. So here at the School of Nursing, we do a lot of our center. We have quite a number of centers that are focused on various themes, statistical methods, but this center stands out in its focus on novel statistical techniques that could be used to harmonize data from different sources to create this sort of complex data sets that can allow us to examine health and well-being at very different levels. So we could look at country level artifacts, we can look even much further at subnational or even regional levels. And this is very novel in the study of chronic diseases, but also that we want to be able to use data analytics to inform policy. And that really requires that we should be able to present this data in ways that are easy and meaningful to the communities of interest. And here, in that regard, this center does a very good job on visualization of high-dimensional data to really be able to inform policy, and also facilitates aspects of curriculum development. So for those who may be interested, this center is run by two directors, our Associate Dean for Research, Dr. Deb Barton and Dr. Ivo. So without much further ado, I'll turn this back to John for our first speaker.
Thank you, Masi. And so now I'd like to briefly introduce our panel for today's session. This session is co-hosted by the Center for Global Health Equity, one of the newest university-wide centers which launched last year. It's designed to promote collaboration across our campus and around the world to improve global health, particularly by collaborating with colleagues in low and middle income countries to develop greater impact of the work that we do in collaboration. And this is the website for the new Center for Global Health Equity. Those of you who are interested in learning more about what's happening at the University of Michigan and with our partners around the world can find useful information here on the website. So the center has four primary themes that have developed over the past year. First, focusing on strengthening systems for health. Second, evaluating the social and environmental determinants of health. Third, empowering women and communities to improve health. And fourth, the topic of our discussion for this morning's panel on data science. And data science is really a cross-cutting theme that addresses each of these other three themes, as you'll hear examples of from our speakers on the panel today. So as facilitators for today's discussion, Professor Matumba and I will be introducing and interacting with our four panelists, speaking in the order shown here, beginning with Professor Akbar Walji from the University of Michigan Medical School, followed by Professor Amina Abubakar at Aga Khan University in East Africa and the Institute for Human Development there. Our third speaker will be Professor Girma Aweki at Addis Ababa University in the College of Health Sciences in Ethiopia. And our fourth speaker will be Professor Pam Jagger from the University of Michigan School for Environment and Sustainability. So Dr. Walji, who will speak first, is an associate professor in the Division of Gastroenterology at Michigan Medicine. He's also director of the Michigan Integrated Center for Health Analytics and Medical Prediction, also known as MyChamp, and associate director of the Data and Methods Hub at the Institute for Healthcare Policy and Innovation, also at the University of Michigan. He serves as visiting professor in the Department of Population Health Sciences at Aga Khan University in East Africa. And his research focuses on the use of machine learning techniques to implement decision support tools and systems to facilitate more personalized care for delivering efficient, effective, and equitable therapies for chronic disease in low resource settings. Welcome, Dr. Walji.
Thank you, John, for the kind introduction. I'm truly have a great pleasure of being here today. I'm humbled for this opportunity and looking forward to talking to you a little bit more about data science in Africa. So I think it's important to start off with, what is data science? And we're all succumbed to this deluge of data, this waves of various amounts of vast amounts of data, whether it's in mobile health, in cell phones, in banking, or just in health. And the question is, like Dr. Mutumba said, how do you take this complex data and make it simplified in a way using analytics, processes, systems, what we call data science, to extract knowledge, truth, to habit, right? We want to be able to get this complex data in a simple form so those policymakers, those physicians, those community leaders can make better calls on what they need to do for their population. Take, for example, if you found a hot zone of dysentery in Kibera in Kenya, how do you advise policymakers to improve clean water and sanitation in that community? Another example that we're going through right now is during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've not seen more logarithmic charts than ever before, whether it's to understand infections rates in our community, the importance of personal protective equipment, whether it's for understanding the need for mechanical ventilations, or even to understand what's the vaccination rates in your community. Data is around us, and we're seeing more data that needs to be used to help make this. And what's evident by this is our National Institute of Health Director, Francis Collin, has said that data science drives scientific discovery, and that data sets are truly going to be the currency of the future. And to prove this, the NIH and Fogarty last year had a grant opportunity specifically around how do we harness data science for health discovery and innovation in Africa. And they had 4 key pillars. The first initiative was around developing research hubs. These hubs that can excel in the performance of data and data science to answer pertinent research questions in your community. Under this initiative, they were going to fund 5 projects, each worth $6.5 million each. Initiative 2 was very insightful, saying that, well, yeah, maybe you have the data, maybe you have the infrastructure, but you actually have the African data scientists that can actually help analyze this data. And so they emphasized an initiative around data science training programs in Africa. Under this mechanism of funding, it was $1.75 million for the total of those 5 years, and they were going to fund 4 of these initiatives. Initiative 3, also extremely important, the ethical, legal, and social implications of data research, a key priority as we start to use more and more data and more personalized data. Under this mechanism, they too were also going to fund grants for $2 million over the 5 years. And then finally, an initiative around open data science, an open data science platform and coordinating center. This was one entity worth $11.5 million over those 5 years to help coordinate initiatives 1 through 3, with the ultimate goal that if they could actually use this data in a more shareable manner to help the entire continent, would be their priority, to help facilitate that open data science and to provide that coordinating center for the 3 initiatives. The University of Michigan had the opportunity to apply for Initiative 1 and Initiative 2, which were extremely this was due at the end of December, and we hope to hear at the roughly around August of 2021. The collaborative Initiative 1, which is this research hub, involved partners from the Aga Khan University, the Kenyan Medical Research Institute and Wellcome Trust, the Clinton Health Access Initiative, and the University of Michigan. And the title of this grant was Utilizing Health Information for Meaningful Impact in East Africa Through Data Science, Uzima DS, Uzima Swahili for Health. This was submitted by Dr. Amina Abubakar Ali, that from later during this panel, and ourselves at the University of Michigan. The second initiative that we applied for was with our partners at Addis Ababa University. The title of this was Translating Information to Knowledge in Ethiopian Data Science, TRAINed, a new training program at Addis Ababa University for translating health data into science. Extremely important initiative around training of African data scientists. This was submitted by Dr. Girma Aweke, again, a panelist on this call today that you will be hearing from, as well as colleagues, Dr. Phil Boonstra at the School of Public Health and Dr. Cheryl Moyer from the University of Michigan and the Department of Learning Health Sciences. You know, just with the preview that so far, there's such great opportunities for future collaborations, some of which I was hoping to just discuss, but maybe the impetus for further discussion during this call. So privacy and security, an extremely important area as we think about using data across countries and across regions, knowing that one of the potential limitations is that regulations in each country, whether data can be shared in the cloud, whether the personal health information can be shared more accessibly, and the potential opportunities in data science around synthetic data, around federated models, where each data set can remain in the country, but you can share algorithms together to better the health of the community. Climate, environment, and health, a great opportunity of augmenting this data with the available data. You will hear later on from Dr. Pamela about potential opportunities in this space, whether it's to see whether climate influences migration patterns and health, or to, through catastrophic events such as floods or earthquakes, how does that impact someone's health? The other potential low-hanging fruit is, again, leveraging demographic surveillance sites locally in each country. These are data sets that potentially have had ongoing recruitment over years. And the question now becomes, how do we take that complex information, simplify it, just like Dr. Mutumba said, so that we can give it to our policymakers, to the community at large, to have an influence in terms of their health. And then another great opportunity that's an initiative through the Center of Global Health here and Equity here at the University of Michigan around empowering women and their communities. In summary, in these limited resource settings, data science approaches are now becoming more accessible. They are this low-hanging fruit. Data is prevalent. We have African data sciences that are paving the path forward, but we need more. There's a center of excellence around African data sciences in Rwanda, but we need more of those. Technology is becoming less costly, right? Computers are much, much cheaper. And with the younger population in Africa having access to computers, this is potentially an opportunity for us to have data scientists across the globe in low and middle income countries that can harness the local data for public good and public health. this is not without barriers, clearly, right? So there are future needs. You know, we do talk about complex data that are sometimes not clean. A lot of energy and emphasis needs to go into cleaning that data. You know, novel algorithms, whether machine learning or artificial intelligence, can potentially help us do a better job of understanding this data. Resources are clearly needed for education in data science. Again, priority areas like the NIH and Fogarty have emphasized this to train our African scientists. And the infrastructure is still expensive. Taking data and aggregating it to then actually analyzing it, to simplify it, to then actually having impact, where we're actually translating this knowledge through interventions or through public policy, is clearly a pipeline that's expensive and needs to be facilitated. But I truly think that there's such a great opportunity, and I'm really excited about sharing some of the great things that we're doing as part of the University of Michigan, as well as our other colleagues and other institutions across the globe.
Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Amina Abubakar, a leading scientist on child health and well-being in East Africa. Dr. Abubakar is a professor at the Medical College in East Africa at Aga Khan University, and also the director of the Institute for Human Development, also located at Aga Khan University. She is a senior scientist at the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Wellcome Trust Research Partnership in Nairobi. Her research focuses on quantifying the neurocognitive burden of early childhood diseases and developing culturally appropriate psychological measures for use in Africa. She's also very much interested in conducting research on culturally appropriate intervention strategies for at-risk children in sub-Saharan Africa. Dr. Abubakar, please.
Hi, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here to talk to you about some of the work we are developing with colleagues from University of Michigan and other collaborators. As Akbar has introduced, we set out a proposal that we've submitted to NIH known as Utilizing Health Information for Meaningful Impact in East Africa Through Data Science. The acronym is SUZIMA. And really the motivation for this proposal is the acknowledgement that demographically, Africa is a very young continent, with around 60% of its population being less than 25 years of age. Early years experiences, whether it's biological, environmental, or psychosocial events, can have long-term impact on the health and well-being of people here. We have a lot of data that is being generated. However, we are not able to leverage on it adequately due to maybe lack of, unifying platforms. So we feel that data science properly implemented can actually help us make the most of this data and be able to inform policy. So our program aims at the objectives of our project. Sorry, I think I've moved too quickly. Oops. How do I go back, Mercy? Sorry about that. I moved a bit too quickly, so I'll just have to start the screen sharing. Sincere apologies. Oops. So objectives of the proposal is to create a scalable and sustainable platform to apply novel approaches that assimilate artificial intelligence and machine learning-based measures to serve as early warnings, and really to be able to address critical issues in two domains: maternal, newborn, and child health, and also mental health. So we see three very important gaps to fill. The first one is, how do we harmonize multimodal data? The second one is, how do we leverage on temporal data to identify trajectories that can help predict outcomes using artificial intelligence and machine learning-based models? But more importantly, how do we engage key stakeholders to really be able to identify pathways where we can disseminate this information and ensure the models really impact policy and practice at community and national level? So the platform, the Research Hub we have proposed to NIH has two important projects. One is a project on maternal, newborn, and child health. And this project will leverage on existing data sets and cohorts to try and answer several questions and come up with predictive models. I can give an example of one of the sub-projects. We intend to follow a cohort of almost 9,000 children whom we have early childhood data, extensive data, clinical, neuropsychological, mental health, prenatal, postnatal data. And at this moment, they're either adolescents or young adults. And since they're embedded within a demographic health surveillance system, we'll leverage on the demographic health surveillance data, which has been following them up every 3 months for the past few years, and also leverage on some information that we can collect through a geographic information system like distance from health systems, distance to school, access to some of these community services, to really be able to look at individual, household, and community level factors that predict long-term outcome. We also intend to have a project on mental health in adolescents and young adults. We are really interested in coming up with predictive models on suicide and depression among young adults in Africa. Now, within that project, we will have a component that is a data management component that will really try to harmonize the different data sets and try to come up with an accessible platform. We'll also have a very strong dissemination core. The dissemination core will work with partners such as CHAI, the Clinton Health Initiative, to really try and get these predictive models into the community. One of our key targets would be to find a way to work very closely with government so that this can be applied. We have a very large partnership within academics. I'll talk about our academic partners, but also non-academic partners, the Ministry of Health in Kenya, the Clinton Health Initiative, Aga Khan Foundation, and also the William Davidson Institute at Michigan. All this to be able to translate the research into practice. Our collaborating academic institution is University of Michigan, Kembri Wellcome Trust, which is a research institute in Kenya, more than 30 years of research that has a really strong DSS system, and Aga Khan University. I'll talk a little bit about Aga Khan University, where we are based. And really at this point, I'll try to look at beyond this Uzima project, what are the opportunities for collaboration? So Aga Khan University actually is based in 6 countries, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Pakistan, UK, and we have opportunities to work across all these regions to do some work. I'm only going to highlight the opportunities within East Africa and Kenya, and because of time pressures, I'll only highlight 3 opportunities that I think are very key. So Aga Khan University is actually embedded within a university hospital within Kenya. And the university hospital has set standards for providing state-of-the-art facilities, but also with quite a lot of initiatives that provide opportunities for research. For instance, we are implementing electronic medical health system. And because we are a part of the larger Aga Khan network, this will reach almost, I think, estimated 10,000 people every year. That will be a very large data set. We have a lot of neuroimaging data that can be used for research. We have a state-of-the-art cancer center being set up. Our pathology department, we are developing a biobank. All this provides opportunity really to think creatively about how we can use this data. We have a surveillance system, a demographic health surveillance system, the Kaloleni Rabai's health surveillance system, which reaches 90,000 households every 6 months. And it's embedded within the health system. So community health workers who are volunteers collect data every 6 months about what different aspects, from clinical to food security and to many other aspects. And there's always opportunity to get more data from these systems. Lastly, Aga Khan is very keen on working within cohorts and developing a lot of cohort study. For instance, one of the major cohort studies, which we intend to include in the UZIMA project, is the PRECISE network. The PRECISE network, as you can see from this map, works across many settings within Africa and outside Africa. And what it intends to do is to look at pregnancy disorders. So we are not only collecting, they're collecting, blood samples, urine samples, phenotypic data, keeping track of aspects such as, maternal health, neonatal health, and all this data being collected provides a very rich data set that can be interrogated in many ways. Yeah. So in conclusion, Aga Khan is a small growing university in East Africa that is investing a lot into research. And we look at UZIMA, the project we have developed with Akbar, as one of the very first steps for potential collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abubakar. And I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Girma Aweki, Associate Professor of Biostatistics at Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, where he is also the head of the Department of Preventive Medicine. His research focuses on identifying, characterizing, and modeling vulnerability among urban populations, strengthening the use of health management systems for better decision-making, and developing statistical methods that improve monitoring and evaluation systems for health and related studies. Welcome, Dr. Aweki.
Slides, please. Thank you very much. I am going to present the African Data Science Training Program in East Africa. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk on 4 issues. The first is to show the status of data science program in Ethiopia and East Africa, collaborations we are intending to have between Michigan University and Addis Ababa University, opportunities to develop data science program, and also some ideas and data sets for future collaborations. Next slide. Why has data science training program in Eastern Africa? Well, in Eastern Africa, there are universities, old universities, which are well developed, like Addis Ababa University is one of the oldest universities in Africa with several programs. But for example, in terms of the data set we currently have in Ethiopia and Eastern Africa, ranges from DSS sites. One of the DSS sites, Amina has been describing in Kenya, the same DSS sites we have in Ethiopia, which is called Butajira, almost 35 years old. And the data used to be collected every 3 months, but now every 6 months, and census is taken every 3 years, up to 5 years. And there is a huge data set being accumulated. There are also routine data collected from different health facilities. We have different health service tiers in Eastern Africa. And a huge data set is actually accumulated. Some of them, aggregated using DHIS2, which probably in the future, this might have to be changed into individual levels. There are also data on diagnosis, medications, procedures, which should be well managed, mined, cleaned, analyzed. and report it for a better planning and decision making. Next. One of the issues, frankly speaking, is relating individual level data of patient social demographic variables to other medical and health related variables, so that relationship can be seen, patterns can be studied. And this requires mining large data sets, which is already floating in different institutions. There are other data sets in research, studies, student thesis. Recently, we started to document data from student thesis, and this is going to be a huge data in a very, very few years. So data mining becomes really very, very important. So that is now an issue with all this data set. And next, the question is, do we really have a data scientist or an expert that can deal with this kind of data? Next slide. Next slide, again. Next. Yeah, then, all those lists that I have skipped slides, they're all data sets in different institutions. So I'm going to talk about then why collaboration is required, why with Michigan University. As I initially was starting to talk about the programs that Addis Ababa University and other universities in Eastern Africa, there are several programs. Epidemiology in biostatistics, statistics programs, and health information systems programs, computer science programs. All these programs are running in either health settings or in the College of Physical Sciences in Ethiopia and the rest of Eastern African countries. But the problem is, if you just take epidemiology and biostatistics program in Addis Ababa University, the graduates basically concerned with surveillance monitoring. And some of them are researching in universities or public health institutes. They can design, analyze, and report standard studies, but they cannot really mine large data sets because the training has not prepared them to do that kind of job. Statistics, they don't have good an understanding of health data. Although they basically learn programming languages and don't know how to write codes, they are not practically oriented. And a very little experience with also mining, dealing with large data sets. Next. And the same is computer science or information systems. Or these guys, they may not have good understanding of health data, don't have good understanding of statistical methods. Although they have some code writing, but sometimes not understanding the health sector may find ourselves not being able to link them very well. So this group, although they have a strong capacity in programming, code writing, understanding IT system, but fail to understand the other component of the data science. Next, please. Yeah, the same with graduate in information systems. So in general, what you see looking at all these programs do not really reflect a full situation for a data science master's program, or these programs do not really produce graduates which are good in the data science that we're calling. Except there, well, we cannot deny there's nothing on the ground. There are few, like there are courses being offered in the physical sciences at Addis Ababa University, physical science programs. And there are some initiation also on data science in this area, but not matured, not capable of supporting all other programs, and there's nothing in health. So that is really very important now to have collaboration with institutions stronger than institutions in Eastern Africa. Next slide, please. Then why University of Michigan? Because this university have a lot of qualities. In very good data science program and other programs also, strong other programs. If you go to biostatistics and public health programs, they are very good, strong programs, capable staff. And, you know, I had an opportunity to work with them during this call, and I really find even the deans and department heads so cooperative. And we are very, very excited, very happy to have this working atmosphere with them. Next. Then, are there any opportunities to strengthen this collaboration? Yes. One of the things is because we have a huge data set, different sizes, different structure at different places. And this is a challenge, an opportunity also to bring them together, analyze, and make sense out of them. And these days, several funding organizations are actually supporting health information system. Ethiopia, 2 years or 3 years ago, have developed what is known as a National Information Revolution Roadmap. This is which interweave the district's health system with the region and with the national, so that information systems, data are high quality, and they are also used appropriately for monitoring and decision making. And there are also probably very few or almost none professionals in data sciences in this region. So this would be a good opportunity for us to materialize this collaboration. Next slide, please. Okay, what do the future have for us? And in the present collaboration, we are just starting to work on data sets that are already available, but there are other issues like climate change. A small research study has been done on this, which relates effect of climate change on some diseases. So if you take this a bit further, like malaria, diarrhea, which are very dominant disease in Eastern Africa, and surely climate have a lot of pressure on these diseases. And there are data, weather data for several years, disease data for several years, environmental variables also. So if you combine all this in the future and look at what will happen, and we'll have an opportunity to project what will happen in the future, how these diseases progress with changing climate from time to time. And currently, in health systems, the way data is being registered or managed is difficult, because everybody has to sit on certain computer, probably has to convert from paper into electronics or onto a computer. But this trend has to change. So there must be a way that everybody can work even from their mobile, enter data even from their mobile while they are on duty, so that the data goes to the server, and then that can be accessed from the server and analyzed in different ways. Next, please. There is also a huge gap in Eastern Africa between provider and the patient. There's no communication at all. If you go to tertiary hospitals, big hospitals in Eastern Africa, like one we have at Tekura Mbassa, the tertiary hospital, the specialized hospital, you see a lot of people lined up or crowding in card rooms and around. So there must be a way in which we can change this scenario, in which we improve communication between provider and patient on one hand. On the other hand, communication between departments within institutions, health providers. So there are tools now, artificial intelligence, programming, all this in data science can actually be very useful to solve these issues. And I think and hope that the future will provide a good opportunity for this type of issues. Next slide, please. Yeah, basically the use of IT, particularly writing codes to manage data, to mine data, to analyze large data, is very minimal in East Africa. Therefore, in the future, I hope that we will have opportunities to improve on this. Next slide. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to use this opportunity to introduce Dr. Pamela Jaeger. She's an associate professor in the School of Environment and Sustainability here at the University of Michigan, and quite a remarkable global leader in the interdisciplinary population and environmental research. Dr. Jaeger's research focuses on the dynamics of poverty and environmental interactions in low-income countries, and she leads the Interdisciplinary Forest Use, Energy, and Livelihood Lab here at the University of Michigan, and is also the director of the National Science-Founded Program on Poverty Energy in Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm Dr. Jaeger.
Thank you very much. What is happening here? Just give me 1 second from the beginning. Thank you. Okay, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. It's really an honor to be with you today. As mentioned, my name is Pam Jaeger. I'm a professor in the School for Environment and Sustainability here at the University of Michigan. My training is really in applied economics and policy analysis with application to issues surrounding poverty and environment. In recent years, I've done quite a bit of work on environmental health issues mainly in East and Southern Africa. So I'm coming to you from that perspective. As Girma has already laid out for us, we have an interesting opportunity to make some very quick and important progress in the areas of environmental health burden and climate change. I think we're probably all aware that the pace of climate change is having a tremendous impact in the Sub-Saharan Africa region. And we really are sort of lacking a clear understanding of what the implications of climate change are for a wide range of outcomes, both related to poverty and related to health. So I think what lays before us is really a very exciting challenge to think about how we can integrate environmental data with public health data in order to really inform policy and practice in the specific area that we're all interested in. I'd like to flag a sort of specific issue that I think presents additional challenge and is really a call to action for all of us, which is that really, this is true in the United States, in Canada, in many countries in Africa. The people that work in the area of public health and the people that work in the area of environment and climate change adaptation and mitigation are really quite siloed and don't frequently interact with each other. And I think that this happens in a, sort of across the board in terms of thinking about the stakeholder groups that we work with, governments, non-governmental organizations, academics, etc. So I think, the pressure for a call to action, there's urgent need for us to make quick progress in this area. And I view a critical element of that progress being getting these two really fundamental groups of people to start talking to each other. And again, that needs to happen sort of in all domains of stakeholder groups. I think what I'd like to flag for people today is that there are some specific thematic areas that have very high salience for the context that we've been talking about through the course of this webinar. And what I want to say initially is that the sort of demographic surveillance infrastructure that exists many places in Africa, that we have been hearing about all of the sort of innovative and exciting ways that people are leveraging and using these data. These systems have done a good job of tackling two of the key environmental health issues that are sort of part of this suite of things that are becoming increasingly important in terms of health burden on the continent. Water and sanitation and nutrition, with of course focus on diarrheal disease, a host of other health issues, and then nutrition with really good attention to growth and development and micronutrient deficiencies, etc. Where we're lagging and where we need really sort of urgent action from where I sit is thinking about issues related to climate and health. We're really just starting to get a very early understanding of the scope of these issues and how we can start to address them from a data science perspective. Air pollution burdens, both ambient and household air pollution burdens, are getting increasing attention and also increasing in terms of their contribution to morbidity and mortality across the continent, with expectation that they'll continue to be sort of moving up the rankings in terms of health risk. So that's another area where we have really tremendous opportunity to put into place data systems that would be integrated with more traditional demographic surveillance type of efforts. And then finally, and we hear a lot about this in the news, but we don't have a lot of good data, in part because it's really hard to track people as they move. We have a massive trend towards urbanization. And if you look at the predictions for demographic change on the continent, 80 years from now, something like 12 of the top 20 megacities will be in Africa. So this is really, just sweeping demographic transition that's taking place. So of course, demographic surveillance systems have a start, and some of them do a very good job of tracking people as they move to new locations. But this is really a very big challenge for data collection and data documentation, and a very interesting area for us to be thinking about tying these types of demographic shifts to health outcomes. So I'll just make a quick note that we at the University of Michigan have started a small collaboration with the demographic surveillance group that's working out of the Aga Khan University in Kenya, where we've had sort of a quick opportunity to get a few questions related to these 5 key areas of population health and environment into the next round of their big 90,000 household or 90,000 individual data collection effort. So that's really exciting, and we view that as a really neat first step towards moving towards this type of ability to answer questions related to these key areas. I'll just flag a couple of things that we, should be thinking about. One is, can we really identify places where climate and environmental health burden is fairly significant or very likely to change, to be dynamic in context over the next several decades? So, really, we have from the environmental data that we can bring to bear on this question some ability to say where the risk is highest, and that gives us an opportunity to focus on and explore in those areas. We can develop questions that are focused on the 5 areas that I laid out for you. And I just want to point out a couple of the sort of data science challenges that come with starting to integrate environmental and health data. The primary among them being the sort of mismatch between the temporal and spatial scales that we have data available to us at. So, there's really a lot of interesting opportunity and innovation required in terms of thinking about how we can be really creative and bold in the way that we bring data together from different sources. So just to give you some specific examples of how we can think about pushing greater integration of environment data with existing health surveillance efforts. Of course, as already been mentioned, we have a lot of information on rainfall and temperature. Some of that is collected from satellites, some of that is collected from weather stations. It's very sort of frequent interval data typically, and provides a lot of important information if we can tie it to the locations of households or communities. We also have very good documentation, particularly in recent years, of extreme weather events. And so again, for regular health surveillance efforts, it's very easy to imagine a situation where we can start to bring these types of data together. Areas where we can really expand and think creatively are putting into place systems for ambient and household air pollution monitoring, thinking about sort of regular collection of water quality, doing some sort of objective sampling of quality, and then soils as well are another area where we have sort of untapped potential and the ability to think really creatively about building more robust infrastructure than already exists to look at these types of issues. I'll flag biomarkers as another exciting area for, again, really rigorously and trying to clearly bring together the implications of environmental health burden with health outcomes. And again, some demographic surveillance systems have longstanding biomarker data collection protocols and really interesting opportunities to leverage that. And then just another thing that we need to be thinking about is what I would call related to the sort of micro environment, the information about household and neighborhood environmental conditions and pollution sources that are sometimes really confounding factors when we're trying to explain the determinants of health in the areas where we work. And I'll just flag importantly that a sort of key to putting all of these types of data together is georeferencing, because that really is the one piece of information that allows us to link across all of these various data domains. And I'm glad that Akbar brought up a lot of the issues surrounding confidentiality and the ethics of data science. And the georeferencing gives us a tool that makes it possible to think about bringing together this individualized data with data that is collected at other, perhaps higher scales. So I'll just wrap up with saying that I think the opportunities are exciting and limitless. And, we're sitting at a point in time where we have really a critical opportunity to leverage the existing infrastructure that's there and to work with partners and build in a very productive and hopefully very sustainable way. I want to flag that in the context of climate change, the issue is urgent and we don't have a lot of time to figure out in terms of climate adaptation, in terms of the health burden of climate change. We don't have a lot of time to figure out what works and how to bring things to scale. So this again really points to building on the infrastructure that has been so ably established in a variety of places throughout sub-Saharan Africa and coming up with really creative ways to experiment, to evaluate, and then to think with an implementation science lens about bringing it to scale. And of course, data science is fundamental to pushing us faster and very effectively in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. And before we turn to questions from members of our audience, I want to give each of our panelists a chance to share any reflections or responses they have to any of the other speakers. Pam, you commented on some of the ethics and privacy issues that Akbar raised in his presentation. Would any of our speakers wish to comment on themes that were raised by other members of the panel?
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in here. Clearly privacy is an issue that's not only exclusive to the science for better health in Africa. It's something that we're having to deal with even in sort of other countries too. I think the importance of how we actually share data as we get to even levels of data of genomic information is especially pertinent, because the question is who's getting the data and how are they using it. The first step is to say, okay, well, what can we do? And so there are statistical methods where we can develop synthetic data sets, or what I described a federated learning approach. This is something that we're exploring here at the University of Michigan too. Dr. Singh and the Department of Learning Health Sciences is working on that, where you actually can develop prediction models within your local community or your local university. And then those algorithms, not the actual data, but those algorithms itself can then be shared with each other in a more centralized way. And then that most central algorithm can then be used to sort of facilitate and generalize to the rest of the data sets. That's just one approach. There's other folks at the University of Notre Dame, Dr. Jeffrey Sewell, who's working on a blockchain approach of privacy of data, a little bit more sophisticated than I can talk about. But the reality is, yeah, there are new approaches that we could use, not only from a data science perspective that needs to be enhanced, but then there's also governmental regulations. Those tend to be presumably the most challenging, and I'd love to hear from Dr. about that. Each country has its own regulations around how much of the data can be on the cloud, or which presumably would be the easiest way to share data. But those are sort of the context that I have regarding the privacy and security of data.
Can I comment?
Please.
Yeah, a question targeting the information revolution. Yes, that is true. Currently, it is really a problem in the health facility level. The information is not as organized as we wish. However, the data information revolution has started very few years back, 2018. And along this, there are several activities being done. For example, we have a project known as Capacity Building and Mentorship project supported by the ministry. We also have very similar improving information system in Ethiopia, which is funded by Doris and managed by JSI, all targeting to improve health information system in Ethiopian health facility providers. Therefore, there are a lot of activities going on, actually, not just by us, by different actors. So although we don't really have a very good system currently, but if you compare it with where we were 2 or 3 years back, frankly speaking, there is a huge change because I'm involving in that project. And I can see from year to year, the only problem was disruption due to COVID last year. Otherwise, we are progressing very, very well. And I'm sure in the next few years, we will really have an opportunity to improve this. Another question was on how data science can be practical in Ethiopia when most population live in rural areas. Well, I don't think it has much connection because we are dealing with data, we are dealing with health facilities, and even if majority of population live in rural areas, they use health facilities. By the way, these days, health facilities in Ethiopia are improving very much. We have tiers from tertiary hospital down to health post. Therefore, people at least go to health post and then to health center and regional hospital to tertiary hospital, then specialized hospital. So in the rural areas, we have health post, health centers. So people visiting them. So there are data coming from this as well. So I think, yes, we are progressing. I'm not saying that there is no problem, everything going well, but there's hope. Yeah, thank you.
Masi, would you like to raise one of the questions from our audience?
I would like to do that, but before I do, I wanted to address a question or something that Ngima has been trying to elaborate upon, which is the fact that there is a bit of concern that given that majority, and it's not just Ethiopia, but several countries have a large population of illiterate population of segments of their population that are still illiterate and may not have access to internet or electricity. And those are challenges, but when we think about data and the types of data that we need to be able to improve health and well-being, we have health data, but there's also this increasing access to mobile phones, which are practically everywhere in most African countries. And how can we really harness those tools as really another layer of data that we can use to improve and provide gaps in our information systems, especially for people who do not necessarily interface with formal healthcare systems. Young people that are healthy may not exactly come to healthcare systems. And we've had a lot of examples of those, including here at the University of Michigan, where faculty have employed user-generated data via cell phones, or really web scraping and collecting a lot of social media data to be able to inform and create these very large data sets that can advance our understanding. And those are really, they are able to overcome so many of the challenges we think about for big data, for example, literacy. Even the most illiterate person can be able to use a cell phone, and you can still train them. So I think we should really give due process to the people in these populations, that just because we classify them as illiterate, it doesn't mean they are incapacitated in being able to contribute to this data that we seek. One of our audience question that I would like to pose to the panelists is really to comment about the challenges of digitizing data. especially that for most of our healthcare systems in Sub-Saharan Africa, we are really still dependent on paper-based records. And what sort of opportunities or what should we be thinking about in terms of being able to harness those data to be able, again, to contribute to the discussion on contributing to health?
Amina, you mentioned in your presentation the transition to electronic health record data at Aga Khan University. How does that compare to other health systems in the region in making this transition from paper-based records to electronic health records? And what opportunities are there, as well as some of the challenges or barriers to digitizing the data for data science and health studies?
So, I think this is becoming quite a common trend. For instance, the Ministry of Health in Kenya has actually developed an integrated health system, kind of real-time data. So all healthcare centers in Kenya input all the data they get on a daily basis. You know, patient data, children seen at maternal, child, and healthcare. So with permission, you can actually access how many people are seen today, what their conditions are. The data is not really perfect. You know, sometimes when you compare what happened and what has been put there, they're still missing data. But actually we've used it and it's really great, you know, a great resource to know that every health center in Kenya has started implementing this. So I think this is a transition that is really picking up and people are seeing the value of having this data to be able to make decisions very quickly. Today I was actually in a meeting where people are being trained on how to better enter this data here in Mombasa and be able to use and interpret it. But just to respond something about you know, low literacy populations. I also know colleagues who are really looking at ways to adapt technology so that even people with very low literacy can collect data. For instance, a very innovative project being carried out in Kenya is to have, get mothers have, some questions with accompanying photos about the child's health conditions and even being able to take mid-upper arm circumference. And if it shows red, they know that's malnutrition, so they don't need to read. They just need to be able to look at the photos and be trained to translate that and regularly keep the data. Now, this is being piloted in a pastoralist community, one of the poorest communities in Kenya. I don't know how that data will look, but already they have the, the confidence that the mothers are actually updating data regularly. And their point is, if we can really train mothers who are low literacy to use, you know, documents with minimal words, but a lot of pictures, we can actually get them to do the monitoring of their own child's health. So I think it also needs innovation and creativity on how we leverage on technology and not necessarily words to be able to reach some of these populations. Thank you.
So maybe I can just quickly add a couple of things. One is that I think COVID is pushing us really very hard to think in new and different ways of data collection and data documentation. You know, there are places where there are lockdowns happening and people are not able to move between districts. And so there's increased, but at the same time, we need information about people getting sick and what's going on in very localized settings. So as horrible as this global pandemic is, I think it's really shaking up the way we think about doing things. I have a very sort of specific example in the world that I work in, looking at energy access. Health centers have sort of notoriously, health centers in rural Africa have been notoriously places where there hasn't been access to electricity. And so that's had implications for all sorts of, you know, what healthcare services can be provided, vaccination programs, et cetera. And because of this anticipated need for a very quick and rapid vaccine rollout, unknown what the requirements will be, the electrification of health centers with solar systems or getting them onto the grid is getting unprecedented attention. So again, as we get, sort of modern electricity sources into these health centers, that presents additional opportunities for computer systems to be put into place, for lack of access to energy not to be an excuse or a reason that information is not getting digitized. So again, opportunity in the face of crisis in a way.
So another question we have from our audience that I'd like to direct first to Girma and then all of our panelists is, what is the role of exchange learning, having students and faculty from our university, the University of Michigan and others in North America, in exchange and learning with students and faculty in African universities? And Girma, as you think about the training program that you're co-developing with colleagues here at the University of Michigan, how does that learning partnership take shape and opportunities? And I think the example that Pam gave about COVID and how we may learn from how Africa appears to be handling COVID better than the United States and in its approach, and other examples that you might have, and I'd also be interested in the other panelists' views on those opportunities for exchange and learning.
Yes, I think our university collaborates with several other universities in the US and then in Europe. So basically, like one of collaborations with Johns Hopkins University, where we have staff from Addis Ababa University visiting Johns Hopkins, and particularly in summer school. And the same in universities in Germany. And also staff coming from these universities, coming to Addis Ababa University and offering courses, supporting staff and even students in different ways. And even during this COVID period, we have been providing, for example, training jointly online. And you see, even if you don't travel, there are still opportunities that you can use. Just a few 2 weeks, maybe 2-3 months back, there was a good training program from Johns Hopkins University. They have there is a project, PMA, performance monitoring. So through that, there was a training program scheduled last year, but we did not cancel it. We used online and a video recording. And that same program is going to be repeated in 2 weeks' time. So I think since we already have collaborations and very similar collaborations with the University of Michigan, of course, which I was not involved. Therefore, I am very hopeful that this collaboration is going to be great. One thing, University of Michigan have extensive experience in collaborating with African universities. Therefore, I think we will have a great time, and I hope that we are going to benefit a lot from this collaboration.
Thank you. And I see that we're just at the end of our time for this very stimulating discussion. Any concluding thoughts from any of other panelists or Masi, as co-facilitator of today's discussion?
Can I just make a really quick comment? I know there's always worry in this kind of collaborations that when we bring people from the global north and those from the global south, there is a danger of inequitable benefits from this kind of large studies. I think the core thing as we develop partnership is really open communication and respect for each other, and really agreements on the kinds of things we would like to achieve long term, to ensure equitable benefits. And for instance, if you think of the project we set up with the University of Michigan, or we are hoping to set up when we get funded. You know, we put in really strategic capacity building in Africa to ensure that whatever benefits from these larger data sets from Africa's come out, they really benefit the scholars in Africa. We leave a pool of people who are well trained. So although it was not a training program, we ensured that there was a way for equitable distribution. So that's just one of the one discussion that always comes up when we talk about big data. And I think it's an important thing to always raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think that's a very positive and constructive note for us to conclude our discussion, the importance about respectful partnership and sustainability. I'd like to thank each of our speakers. Masi, if you have any closing remarks, I would turn to you.
No, I think we've had a very good discussion here. And again, I think the emphasis here is for us to begin to think about how can we address these issues, drawing on the resources, the partnerships, and the enormous opportunity that exists in using big data to advance health and well-being in sub-Saharan Africa. So I don't have anything beyond what has been shared, but I'm just grateful for the opportunity to participate with you in this panel.
Thank you to our speakers and to all of our attendees in today's session.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sam here.
Okay, I guess we can start. Morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this important webinar on countering disinformation in relation to COVID-19. My name is Desna Chukumba, and I am a PhD candidate in chemical biology and the president of African Graduate Student Association. And I also host a podcast called Taking Into Account.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adeze Ayamele. I am also a PhD student here in the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And I'm also on the e-board for the African Graduate Student Association. I am the social chair. So next, we're going to go in order and have the panelists introduce themselves. We will start with Sam. So Sam, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Sam Afriye here. I am a first-year master's student at the University of Michigan School of Information. My research is focused on user experience and artificial intelligence, and also bringing technology funding to emerging markets. I work part-time right now at NVIDIA on the AI Nations team.
Thank you. Kwaku, if you can introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kwaku Krobe Asante. I am a communications and media practitioner based in Ghana, but I work with the Media Foundation for West Africa as the foremost freedom of expression and media and good governance organization working in the West Africa region. And particularly for this discussion, I am the team lead for Fact Check Ghana. It is the foremost fact check organization in Ghana. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Rutendo, if you can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rutendo Chabikwa. I'm from Zimbabwe. I am currently a PhD DPhil student at the University of Oxford, where I study digital media and political participation and also misinformation and disinformation. I am also the co-host of Taking Into Account.
Thank you. Fortunate.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fortunate Chifamba. I'm also from Zimbabwe. I'm a recent MPH graduate from the Harvard School of Public Health. And I'm currently one of the administrators of a COVID-19 information platform, which we're running on WhatsApp.
Gabriel.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Gabriel Del Sol. I'm from the United States, and I'm a research analyst and associate with the firm Park Advisors, which hosts the platform Disinfo Cloud, which connects technologists countering disinformation to stakeholders from civil society, academia, and government. Thanks.
Miriam.
Hi, my name is Miriam Daibe. I'm a third-year PhD candidate in the Biomedical Sciences graduate program at The Ohio State University. I'm also on a state-appointed commission here in Ohio for the new African immigrants. And I'm also a health chair over there as well.
John.
Yeah, I'm John Elvis Higgin. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Bielefeld University, Germany, and a senior researcher at the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. My research background is into public health with specific reference to health promotion and education, and also into psychology and sports sciences.
and Martin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martin Wafula. I'm a DPhil, that is PhD student at University of Oxford. I'm reading DPhil in engineering science, specifically in communication theory. And right now I'm working on compression of graphs. It's very great to join all of you in this session. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for introducing yourselves. I will make a note to the audience. If you have any questions, feel free to use the Q&A box below and I'll be monitoring it as well. And now Desner will kick off our discussion with an opening question.
Yeah, so I think what's really exciting or important about this conversation is, you know, the dissemination of information about COVID has been really important in how we manage the pandemic outside of just the scientific developments. And it seems that, you know, both mis and disinformation have become a pandemic on their own. And it's not only pertinent in the African communities, but also across the world, even in the United States. So I think to really get the discussion started, maybe we have to define what mis and disinformation actually are. So I'll defer this question to Rutendo.
Thank you. And so basically in the industry, misinformation is any information that is not true, that is passed on, regardless of intent to misinform, or whether or not there is intent is really not the question. Disinformation is when it is politicized and taken over mostly by states as computational propaganda with the actual intention to disinform, create and something that is not real and that is not true. And so misinformation is not as political, might have political effects, but really has no intent to be that political, whereas disinformation is more state-centered and more created by states in general.
So maybe we can go into, because what's interesting about misinformation and disinformation, I think a lot of people probably even logged into this panel wanting to discuss, you know, particularly certain communities that are affected by misinformation and disinformation campaigns. And what's been really interesting has been to see just how much all of us are pretty much affected by some of these misinformation campaigns, especially because with COVID-19, not a lot has been known about the virus. And then all the information about how to actually tackle the pandemic, the information has kept on changing. And a lot of people are now really confused because they don't understand the science behind it or some of the public health effects. So I guess my next question would be really like, how have we seen these misinformation campaigns really affect communities? And I think I'm going to ask John as a public health expert on this.
First of all, I want to start from this angle that looking at the existing socioeconomic and structural inequalities or disparities in Africa, misinformation and or disinformation could be very, very impactful in the lives of, let me put it, vulnerable groups, especially the poor, the needy, children and women of low socioeconomic background. And most of the things that I have come to realize is that it is maxing or this information or distorting opinions or narrations that are currently going on around COVID-19 is maxing the official public health information in terms of health promoting behaviors that we could use to manage the pandemic. Because of these maxing of these health promoting behaviors, most of the vulnerable groups are tempted to feed on information that are not healthy and that are not helping in managing the spread of the virus. Apart from that, you'd agree with me that it has also caused a bit of anxiety, a bit of panic. So if you look at anxiety from psychological perspective, what normally happens is that there are two forms. So you look at the cognitive aspect and you look at the physiological aspect, or what I call the somatic aspect. Now, for every human being, your body thrives on two systems, like the goal-driven system and the stimulus-driven system. Now, once the body's reaction is superimposed by the stimulus-driven, which is the disinformation or the misinformation that is coming from the public, from diverse sources. Now, what we tend to do is that our action tendencies are skewed towards health compromising behaviors. So people forget even simple hand washing. People nose masking. Instead of wearing the masks, they put rather the masks under the chin. People don't even wear at all when it comes to social distancing. People are overcrowded and not resorting to these standard protocols that would help manage the spread of the virus. Additionally, you could also realize that disinformation, because of the panic and the anxiety within the general populace, I mean, it led to interruptions in the food supply chain in general markets, and prices of goods got hiked up. And for people with low socioeconomic status, people are tempted to queue for basic necessities that haven't helped with managing COVID-19. So I would also say that people are also using the opportunity, leveraging on the opportunity to more or less make monetary gains out of just the vulnerable group. The very little that we have that would want to manage, disinformation and misinformation is making people lose money, not for the right purposes, but rather lose money on buying things that may not help in managing the virus within our geopolitical life in Africa. So basically, I think that what is not helping matters is that most of these are being churned by, I mean, high-profile people, social commentators, and that people are even losing public trust in basic public health information. Because if you see political actors, if you see high-profile social commentators, if you see journalists, if you see I call influencers within the society doing this, then for me as the ordinary African in any community on the continent, how do I trust that the very things that they are championing in managing the disease is actually the truth? So it's been here and there, and that I think that for other panelists who may be talking about what steps that we need to do to help manage this spread of the virus using fact-checking machines or fact-checking techniques or things that would help we giving more scientific narratives about the disease or the virus, so that the general public, the ordinary person in any village, any town, anywhere in the African continent knows that indeed, if I'm getting this is exactly what I need in helping manage local transmission within our setup.
Thank you, John. So to give other people some time to speak, I also wanted to go into another question that was related to what you were talking about, actually, about the various avenues for misinformation. And maybe Kwaku, you could start us off with a discussion on that.
All right, thank you. So the various avenues for misinformation, as we have realized in Ghana, it tends to use the already available channels for information. So in Ghana, for instance, now a lot of the pieces of information travels through social media platforms. So you have WhatsApp, you have Facebook, you have Twitter, you have Instagram being at one end. And then sometimes even the mainstream media that is supposed to have a certain higher form of verification tends to also become fall prey to being channels of misinformation. But largely it tends to show its face on social media platforms. This one sees it and forwards it to another person, the other person forwards it to the other person, and it travels wide and wide and wide, and before you realize it is all around, and it is extremely therefore difficult to track them and combat them.
Something that's really interesting is how the piece about social media, right? I think a lot of people tend to assume that misinformation will affect communities that don't have access to social media, or people who are more vulnerable. But when, in the case of the social media age, now it seems that all of us are susceptible to this disinformation campaigns, especially if the culture of fact-checking doesn't really exist. So one of the interesting bits about how this misinformation has been spreading has been, I guess, due to the lack of some of these terms in indigenous languages. And this is not only true for African communities, this is true even in Asian communities and in South American communities. So I'm interested to hear from Abdul and Fortunate about some of your campaigns that you've started in order to translate some of this information about COVID into indigenous languages so that it's easier to spread information about COVID.
I can start. So at the beginning of the pandemic, around March, I would say, or April last year, a group of high school students and I started a WhatsApp platform to counter COVID-19 disinformation and to just provide COVID-19 information to Zimbabweans using WhatsApp groups. We realized that most of our families were getting all of their information from WhatsApp, and it was unverified information. Somebody would just get a passage that comes from a pastor who has written something for his church, and then it would just be forwarded so many times. And people needed somebody to sort of fact check all of this information. So we started this group. We started with a very small target. It was just to target our parents and to have a centralized place where if people had questions, they could ask. And because I have access to internet 24/7, which is not the same with many people living in Zimbabwe, I could quickly go on the WHO website or the CDC website to get information in real time to send it to people at home. So right now we have an audience of about maybe 1,200 people in 5 WhatsApp groups, and the groups have been running since last year. The type of audience that we have is pretty much mixed. We have people from different ages. We have people working in the public health field in Zimbabwe as well, who are also part of this group. But most of our participants are parents, regular folk from the community. They are school children who have not been going to school as just as everybody else in the world. And one thing that we did to sort of counter misinformation was that we closed the groups to audiences putting in comments and being able to text, but we only opened the groups at certain points where we hold Q&As, and that has quite helped to keep some of the misinformation out of the groups, because we wanted all the information that goes through our channels to be verified by public health professionals, by medical doctors. So that is the campaign that we've been running so far.
Oh, sorry, Abdul, you're on mute.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Abdullahi Zani, and I am a freelance science journalist based here in Abuja, Nigeria. And I actually work for the African Science Literacy Network, and Science Communication Hub Nigeria. Yeah, so thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this conference, and I would like to apologize for joining a bit late to the meeting. Yeah, so like in Nigeria, I think that conspiracy theories and misinformation about vaccines and diseases are not new. You know, we like, for example, we know that in 2004, there was widespread rejection of polio vaccination in northern part of Nigeria. And so, you know, with that, when COVID came in, misinformation quickly spread, and it was fueled by the internet and social media, because there was actually huge gap in communication. And I think one of the causes of that is the fact that like in northern Nigeria, you know, a lot of people, many people don't have access to, many people don't, most of the information that is being communicated about the virus is not in local languages that the people understand. So this information is communicated in English, and like in northern Nigeria, it's predominantly Hausa language that the people speak. So what we started doing as a network, that is the African Science Literacy Network, in partnership with the Science Communication Hub Nigeria, what we started doing then was to work with scientists who are based in universities like the Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, which is in Kaduna State, northern part of Nigeria. So we collaborated because the African Science Literacy Network is actually a collaboration between scientists and journalists in order to promote public understanding of science and also to dispel misconceptions about scientific issues. So we paired together scientists and journalists. You know, what we do is we just go online, go on the internet, go on social media platforms, especially Facebook. And when we see these viral informations, what we do is we now try to kind of debunk, fact check and debunk that misinformation. Then we now translate it into Hausa language, and we now published the story. So personally, I worked with a scientist at Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, and you know, there was we went on Instagram and we saw there was a very popular, you know, social media influencer in northern Nigeria, and he made a video and he was touting, he was saying that the shea butter can actually cure the coronavirus disease. So he did that video and he posted on Instagram, you know, and because he was based in Germany and he was speaking Hausa, a lot of people, you know, believed him and they liked the video and it was spreading. So what we did was we fact-checked all that, you know, and wrote a piece about it, and then we now translate it into Hausa language and we published. So we usually publish our stories on the website. We have a website, and then we share on our social media platforms. So what I think the limitations and the caveat is that, you know, these people, not everyone has access to the internet, and because we have like African Science Literacy Network, most of our followers are on Twitter and also on Facebook. Yes, so we share our stories on Twitter and on Facebook. So I think the caveat there is that a lot of some people, many people, you know, don't go on Twitter. A lot of, when you look at the audience where this misinformation circulates a lot, they are more on Facebook compared to Twitter. Yes. Thank you.
So you brought up a good point about you know, how this information was spread because of charismatic characters who are spreading, you know, some of these messages. So I wanted to ask, I'm going to direct this question to Martin. So what are some of the reasons why, you know, misinformation is so easily accepted? What is it that the people who start, you know, these misinformation and disinformation campaigns, what are some of the techniques that they use to be able to like develop an effective message?
Thank you very much for that question. One of the things that we first look at and has been talked about in this session before is the way information spreads today, and we are seeing that the access to this information is very quick and very fast. Within 1 minute, a piece of information has just spread all over the world, and everybody's looking at it. Now, there are specific or some few things that people who spread this wrong information, especially intentional one, exploit. And we can start with the cultural beliefs with the people of people. So when we go back and we know that there are already communities that do not believe in modern medicine, for example, or we know that there are communities that really do not even believe in taking things such as vaccines and so on. So when such communities, when such cultural beliefs are understood by the people who are spreading this information, it's exploited and it makes it even better. So they find a way to justify this false information. Let's take an example of a community, for example, in my country, Kenya, a certain community that does not believe in vaccination, and there's been a lot of effort by the government to have this group even have their children get vaccinated for infections such as polio, tuberculosis, and so on. So when such information spreads, it resonates with them because they already have this cultural belief. Some of them are religious, and one of the biggest influencers in this world, especially in our African communities, are the leaders, church leaders and mosque leaders and those religious leaders or traditional village elders. These are people who are very influential. Some of them, even those without an education or even those without expertise in a certain area, would have a lot of influence in that area compared to the experts. So we have a pastor today who goes to a church and tells the congregants that this is going, the COVID-19 vaccine or the COVID-19 has been manufactured so that you are all given the mark of the beast. And when Christians who have read about Revelation hear about mark of the beast, we do not want mark of the beast. And now you're told here this COVID-19 vaccine that is now the one that is going to push that mark of the beast into your system or wherever it goes. In fact, there's a way religious leaders can really choreograph this information to look like it's true. They even tell you where the jab will go and relate with how that mark of the beast is. So these are very people who have a lot of influence. These are leaders in our society who are expected to have a lot of influence on their followers and their congregants. So that's one group of influential people. We look at a scenario, and for this one I'll have to mention because I think it's public knowledge. Let's take for the case of Tanzania. Tanzania has for a long time believed that there's no COVID or the COVID did not get into Tanzania, and we have seen even this message being championed by their president, and people are moving around without masks. People are moving around having this confidence that, you know what, we are protected, and it's something that comes from the leader of the country. So once misinformation comes from the person who is heading the whole country, this is someone who gets over 70 or over 50% of the votes. So he has a lot of influence and a lot of control. So any information he gives to people or he passes on to people, there's a lot of possibilities that people will believe this, and they will not be able to take action in order to prevent the spread. And the influence, the culture, all these coming celebrities, and a lot of videos. We have cases where even like our governments, where we have experts not being given voices, and we have non-experts have more voice. Like you get into a country where COVID-19 issues are discussed more by politicians than the experts. So there's a very likelihood of misinformation. One time our Minister of Health was under a lot of cameras in Kenya because of something he said about vaccines. So when we have non-experts give expert information, then this becomes a very slippery surface for which misinformation can happen. And you see, these people have influence. So this much influence can really lead to misinformation, and more people will buy this information because it is coming from someone they trust, from their leader, from their religious leader. And of course, if, for example, myself here, I'm a Christian, and I don't want to go to hell. So if you're not careful, you wouldn't want to get that mark of the beast, which we know is not true. Thank you.
I think that's a perfect segue for the next point I was going to raise, especially when you speak of, the mark of the beast, as well as our politicians denying that there's COVID that's available. One really important point to note is the historical relationship that even the scientific community or the pharmaceutical industry has had with Black communities across the world, even in African countries, and how people have been exploited. And I think, what's become more prevalent right now is some hesitancy towards, understanding vaccinations as well as treatment methods, and then even believing whether or not COVID exists. Since, usually some of these diseases, for example, like Ebola, they started in West Africa, and then the fact that this seemed to be a virus that was spreading primarily from Western countries has also given rise to a lot of denialism or skepticism. So I wanted to ask Rutendo to comment on how politicians have also exploited this historical distrust for, spreading disinformation about COVID-19.
Yeah, it's very tricky, and you're right that it's historical as well as contemporary. And Tanzania is a great example of an actual disinformation campaign when it is politicized, that denialism. And I think what we also need to note is that when politicians deny its existence, it's not necessarily always the case of saying it doesn't exist, but it is posed as a questioning. And the reason why it's pretty easy to I guess, fall for this misinformation and disinformation is because it makes sense, right? That's one thing we need to know about misinformation and disinformation, is that it needs to make sense within the specific political and economic and social context of the people that are being addressed. So for example, when we consider the fact that we have talked about how historically Black communities and the African communities have not had good relationships with Western health medicine, it makes sense when you tell somebody that, hey, here are historical examples of when we have been, I guess, the lab, right? That was back in the day. That is true. Why would that person not believe it today? And I think a lot of that has to go with also just how the geopolitical narrative and the lack of understanding around the fact that how long does it take to get vaccines, and the denialism also comes from the roots and the origin of the virus. So I think politicians kind of were easy, found this route to be very easy because it also served their political purposes. So in a lot of our African countries, we're anti-colonial being anti-imperial, anti-imperial being anti-West. And I'm using we very loosely here, of course. But I don't want you to quote me on that. But then, and so it is such an easy discourse. And so when we consider misinformation, disinformation, we also need to consider the context in which it is functioning in, so that when we then come to ideas of how do we actually fight disinformation, we understand that the techniques and the tactics for African contexts, of course, accepting that Africa is large and diverse, are very different for the tactics for anti-vaxxers in Texas in the US. Sorry, that was random. But you know what I mean? So they come from very different political contexts. And what politicians sort of abuse to make their denial and their disinformation more prominent will be different in both contexts.
Thank you, Rutendo. You actually make a lot of good points, and it actually leads into one of my next questions. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but I'm interested in understanding if there is actually like a trend. It sounds like there is a trend in misinformation, so kind of like same message, same group spreading, but I'm interested in seeing if maybe Sam could give his opinions, and maybe Miriam as well.
Yeah, so I think in the context of political misinformation, it definitely stems from politicians looking to appeal to the masses, especially in the case of countries that had elections come up in the last year. They just wanted to suppress the impact of COVID to tell tell the populace that we are actually doing a good job, even though on ground they weren't really taking the procedures or the measures to curb the spread of COVID. So I know for Ghana, for instance, during December, they normally have a big tourism spur with people going back. And I think the year before last was dubbed the year of return, that really encouraged people of African descent to return back to the continent and sort of like connect back with their roots. So after that, there was a big boom for the tourism industry. And I think off of the strength of that, the government had a narrative. I think at first they did a really good job in terms of blocking outside flights. But when it came to December, when the tourism window was open, the government had a message of, yes, we've curbed COVID to a point where things can open. And I think the president had a speech talking about clubs and public places were closed. But on my Snapchat and Instagram, I saw friends in clubs that were full capacity and people just standing right next to each other, not ensuring COVID protocols or anything. So I think it's really more motivated by sort of like a narrative to gain trust in the populace and also voters to go back to the polls and say, hey, this president said on TV that he was actually putting policies in place, even though on ground it was a different story. And in terms of it being a trend, I think what the earlier panelists said rang very true in terms of WhatsApp and other social platforms, and also social communities and their behaviors, sort of like spouting and also promoting that one message just cause a celebrity or a public figure shared it, kind of like makes everyone follows. And I think we all, even us here, right, fall privy to this, where we kind of like share every story and in times without even fact checking. So in terms of maybe finding solutions and curbing it, maybe us as consumers being cognizant and holding companies like Instagram and Facebook to account, where we say, maybe let us know the actual plans, or let us know the actual actions you're taking to have us have a say or have some power in terms of fact checking on your platforms. And I think Twitter is doing a good job. As in, it's not a good job yet, but they're making an effort, right? They launched something called Bird Watchers, where they're allowing experts to fact check tweets that are made around public health and also political statements and things like that.
I guess for me, I would take it from just a little step back and say that when it comes to the trend in like politicians spreading misinformation, there's also a link between the politics itself and then the financial market. So even here in the States, when it comes to like the early information that was presented about COVID, while yes, part of it was politically radicalized, it was more so dealing with the financial aspect and seeing like if the stock market could survive. So when here in the States, when researchers truly and doctors really got information about the COVID being present in the United States, it was well before 2020 even started. It's expected. I mean, it was said that it happened in November, right? So at least the government caught wind of it in November, and then the president at the time had the decision to make to inform the public about COVID being present here in America before Christmas, which is one of the biggest money makers here in America, and shutting down the country starting in December, or waiting until after the holidays pass and all the money is actually generated for businesses, and then telling people, which they ended up doing in March. And we've seen later reports come out saying that had the country had shut down back in November, we could have prevented way more deaths. And the president at the time made the decision to instead send a lot of the PPE that was housed at many of these large research hospitals to Wuhan, China, thinking that, oh, if we nip it in the bud in Wuhan, that it won't come to America. So then we don't even have to worry about it. And then we can spread the information that COVID isn't really a problem here. So if you look at newspaper articles, you'll have newspaper articles talking about COVID-19 back in 2019, but it's in small print on the side, whereas there's going to be a big story and no one's really talking about COVID. So once COVID actually became a problem, at that point, people are like, is it really real or is it not? Because the president has already said, oh, this is not real. This is a joke. It's just the same as the flu. And people already don't even get the flu vaccine. So if you tell me, oh, it's just as deadly as the flu, and I've never gotten sick from the flu, why would I then worry about this foreign quote unquote invader coming into my body, right? So then you have that, then you have them radicalizing their bases. When you think about like who, even when it comes to the vaccine itself, who is more susceptible to actually, or who's more willing to take the vaccine, who's not, you can kind of put it down to party lines. When you see what states are here open in America, it's also whose governor is a Republican, whose government is a Democrat, and it continues to go down that way. And so then when it comes to the people truly don't know who to believe, because both bases are just saying things to, in essence, make their supporters happy and make it so that they can get reelected. And that's the problem when it comes to COVID in itself, because COVID isn't a political disease. Like at the end of the day, people are still dying regardless of what your affiliations is. And now when you have leading health experts saying one thing, the president disputing that, people are going to go with the leader of the free world, because most of the time, us as scientists do not know how to communicate with the everyday person. So if you can't even bring down the scientific knowledge that you have to the point where the typical human being can understand, of course you're going to go to the person who's told it to you very simple and easy that your grandmother can understand with no questions asked. So.
Thank you, Miriam. You brought up excellent points. I think what's really important, I think in the context of countering disinformation, for starters, is trying to identify if there are any legal means of fighting some disinformation campaigns. So I wanted to ask Gabriel, is there any legal framework available right now in fighting disinformation?
Thank you so much. So I want to definitely take this as an opportunity to speak to broader government responses across the continent when it comes to countering disinformation. There have been legal tools taken, but so far they've had fairly limited effects. And I kind of want to divide into the three categories of responses to COVID disinformation we've seen. I think the middle category is there was a lot of quick legislation to basically criminalize disinformation. A lot of it was extensions, which were maybe dubious at times. In South Africa, we saw a few individuals who were arrested for making posts blaming foreigners for spreading COVID-19. I think the end results of those were pretty unclear, limited at best, because A, they couldn't contain the scope of disinformation, and B, they pose more broader questions about the harms on freedom of speech that you're willing to infringe in order to kind of take disinformation under control. To an even further extent, we did see some authoritarian states, especially in Uganda and Zimbabwe, that used disinformation as a pretext for cracking down on free speech and limiting speech. And then on the other side, and that's a side I'll highlight later, we have states like Senegal, where there's a much more focus on increasing the availability of authoritative content rather than restricting information. So I think the lessons we can take away from this are pretty much threefold, but overall the lesson is, since disinformation stems from this sort of information vacuum where there's not enough good information flowing around, I think a lot of experts have kind of pointed to the fact that restricting the flow of information is not the best approach, and we should instead go forward thinking how we can imbue freedom of speech and human rights into a lot of the legal frameworks that we take to apply. So first, when it comes to actually regulating content itself, I think a lot of approaches that have been floated by governments in Africa and Europe and South America have been in introducing adversarial processes into how we regulate social media platforms. So making sure that platforms are not the final arbitrators of truth, and that they have some sort of independent organization, mostly staffed by civil society, by academia, who can make sure that platforms take issues of freedom of speech, of human rights, and of course of authoritative content into consideration when they decide what information should be promoted, what information should be taken down. And I think they should kind of err away as much as possible from legislating what disinformation is and when to take it down, because that can lead to a lot of slippery slopes with a lot of potential infringements on human rights. The second response that I also want to kind of add to it is I think strategic communications, while not necessarily a legal tool, has been shown to be pretty effective. I think the case of Senegal was the easiest highlight, where using a lot of very targeted data collection, they were able to quickly work with municipal authorities, imams, civil societies to message when COVID outbreaks were happening and increase public compliance and trust accordingly. And that's a non-legal, non-punitive approach, which is very effective in countering disinformation and increasing trust in public authorities. And I think the third one is, and I think my panelists already mentioned this, but broadly investing in the resilience of societies through digital media literacy, through education, through training. And this can include, for example, legislating and mandating that all schools teach digital media literacy starting at a young age, but also adopting more innovative tools such as gaming and emotional narratives, which can outcompete with disinformation on its own terms, and kind of help people build up that sort of resilience. So my overall answer would be legislative approaches should be more focused on building social resilience, and punitive approaches so far have been extremely limited and showcase a lot of potential harms.
Yeah, I think what you really highlighted has been about how the responses have also been very fractured, and how it has been also very, especially with social media and everything, information easily flowing freely even between continents is really important, and how it's been really challenging to counter any of this disinformation campaign. So part of the issue with combating COVID has been the rise of nationalism, and how everyone decided to have their own national response to the pandemic, even though COVID does not discriminate based on your race or the color of your passport. So I'm interested if, I guess, a couple of the panelists can even comment on this, if it would have been effective to have a regional response, especially using these bands such as SADC, which is the Southern African Development Committee, or ECOWAS, as well as even the Africa Union or CDC Africa, if that would have been useful in being able to have this coordinated response, which would mitigate the spread of COVID-19. And this is a free for all. So anyone can comment on that.
I kind of want to, before someone else responds, I kind of want to point out that even when it comes to disinformation, the fact that when COVID first was introduced to the world, it was said that Black people and African people were immune to the virus in itself, because that was a big part of the problem as well. Because I remember a lot of people were cheering on, like, oh, this is the first time like God is favoring us, like it's reverse racism because we're not dying from this. And then even with some of the early reports, they were talking about like how in Africa, like we've seen really low cases of COVID and such forth. So then people were still operating like, because we are immune to the virus, we don't need to protect ourselves. So even when it comes to like then later on, when it was, the numbers were actually coming out that Black people and African people all throughout the world are actually are disproportionately affected by COVID, and it's more aggressive in these populations. At that point, the damage was already done. You've already told the people they're immune to it. So now you're going to tell them, oh, you need to mask up, you need to wash your hands more frequently, X, Y, and Z, when you've already told them something that was very counterproductive to that. So I think that was one of the biggest things that set us back as a community by and large. And then from that point forward, like even trying to tell people from these communities to go get the vaccine, it's like, it's falling on deaf ears because the information is not consistent.
Gabriel, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, no, I think also a regional response, and I think we've seen a lot more of it recently, but a regional response would have been very effective in information sharing. And I can think of kind of three ways to do this. I think the first and the most important is regionally supporting fact-checking organizations and local journalists, because again, they are at the front lines of countering disinformation, of tracking trends and tracking narratives, which especially can travel across countries on platforms. So I think in December, there was an initiative launched in part with the support of UNESCO to support a bunch of regional African fact-checking organizations at the local level to pool resources. But this was again in December, could have happened much earlier. And I think key there is being able to kind of aggregate information sharing, technology and best practices to support local level organizations who have the least of these resources. And I think the second one would of course be, and something that's also being discussed is building regional support for local journalism, something which has been degrading across the world for a while, but especially under the COVID pandemic has shrinking resources and needs much greater support. And I think the third one is, as we see countries finally starting to more aggressively take on platforms and really pressure them to enforce content standards, to bring local content moderators on, to develop more into local language capacity, I think any sort of regional approach is really going to be key for regional bodies, for the African Union to effectively bring platforms to heel and finally get them to confront their lack of accountability and work on disinformation on COVID specifically.
Yeah, I think in terms of fact checking, it seems that it's primarily been used for, around election time. And so now there's been this really important, this urgency for us to develop those similar structures for other aspects. And in this case, in public health campaigns. So Kweku, could you tell us more about, has there been an effort in engaging people with different expertise in order to mobilize people for these fact-checking campaigns? And what are some of the challenges with translating that sort of election or political framework of fact-checking to this public health crisis?
All right, thank you. So last year, which was 2020, Ghana went to the polls. So we had the general election, the presidential and parliamentary elections. And as a fact-checking organization, as we entered into the year 2020, we were preparing, gearing ourselves to be ready to fact-check all the political claims, the rallies, the campaigns, the radio interviews, the TV interviews. So from January, February, we were gearing up, doing all the trainings, bringing people in, setting our systems and tools, picking up strategies. Then boom, COVID-19 hits Ghana in March. And then we realized that politics take a step back and misinformation and disinformation on COVID-19 takes the center stage. Everywhere you turn, on radio, on TV, and given the challenge with the disease that there was very little information on it, people were just picking their own forms of information. And like a panelist said, through the existing beliefs and traditional systems and thoughts and concerns, the misinformation took the shape in that form, and people were saying dry gin. In a local language, there's one gin we call hypertension, has a very high concentration of alcohol. Hypertension is going to help you cure it. Different concoctions here and there. It meant that we had to step back as a fact-checking organization with our political fact-checking and go full on COVID-19. Now the challenge was that this was very new to us, even though Ebola had showed up some years before in West Africa. It never got to Ghana. It never really traveled far deeper into some of the West African countries. I think it was around Liberia, Guinea, and a few selected countries like that. And so the whole fact-checking engagement on public health and dealing with the health jargons, and you have herd immunity popping up, you have SARS-CoV-2 popping up, and you have all these terminologies coming up. It was extremely difficult. What we did as an organization was that we realized that the most vulnerable populations or group of people were the people staying in the rural communities and in the hinterlands who do not have access to the social media platforms and even rely only on their community radio stations and community engagements for sources of information. So what we did was to bring together a team of different organizations to come and join us. We trained a number of journalists who are scattered across the 16 regions in Ghana on what fact-checking is about and how they should go about it, and therefore paying attention to their context, because the misinformation, like I did say, takes the shape of the community, the concerns, the everyday language, the balance in the society. And so the journalists who were positioned in the midst of the society to fact check their claims. And then we formed the media alliance of about 50 radio stations made up of community radio stations, national radio stations, regional radio stations. And by the way, radio station is the major or is the dominant source of information here in Ghana, and I dare say across many communities in Africa. And so we brought all of them together. As the team of journalists are fact-checking the work, we share it with these media alliance groups, and these community members, they spread the information, go to the market centers, try and let it be through the church systems and all those platforms to engage and spread the information with them. Now, the challenge for us was that, for one, even dealing with the jargons in English language was one thing. We had to fall on vaccinologists, immunologists, and public health specialists, epidemiologists, and all those things to help us deal with that. The next step of the challenge was bringing those terms into the local language for people to relate with them. And so you find a lot of interesting coinages here and there just to pass on the message to them, to let them understand what we are talking about. But by and large, as we moved on, we were able to bring them up at par, to let them understand the nature of the disease. And of course, as it went on and people were having challenges, and they seeing people also sadly passing on, they realized how serious it is, and therefore the information infiltrated, they understood a lot of the things. And as it moves on, we are trying to improve our information systems and our capacities, improve the capacities to spread the information. The next phase now, as we are beginning to deal with in Ghana, is the vaccinations and the deep-seated mistrust for the jabs and how people feel about them. Of course, it is the next phase for us that we are gearing ourselves with to make sure that we can also scale that challenge.
Yeah, I think hearing you speak has been really fascinating because of the many parallels that there are with what you're talking about in the case in Zimbabwe, where people have been steaming with this, I think this plant is called Zumbani, and people usually make some tea and then they steam to clear their airways. And supposedly, you know, where steaming is good if you have blocked airways, but it's not going to kill the COVID if once it's already in your airways. It could probably help you with some of the, you know, if you're struggling to breathe and you have some of those respiratory challenges, but it's not going to be like a preventative measure from you being affected with COVID. And again, even translating our terms, scientific terms or jargon into local languages, that's not a trivial job. You know, for us, where one word functions to explain a lot of different things. If you have a cold, it's the same word. If you have a flu, it's the same word. There is no like big distinction between some of these effects. And I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, people were discussing how do we communicate the severity of, you know, this new disease to people in a context that they can understand, not just like with WhatsApp, right? So even in English-speaking countries, people were having trouble with understanding. So it's just like the flu. So you have flu-like symptoms. So how is it different from the flu, and why would it be more serious? And I guess with the average person, nobody has time to go into, so this is what a coronavirus is, and this is how, you know, the mechanism is different. You know, not every scientist even understands all of that. And so just trying to use our language to describe just the severity of the pandemic. I remember people were joking that maybe we should call this one in Shona Ziwampengo, like snot that's gone crazy, like it's on steroids, so that people could understand that this is actually a really serious phenomenon. One thing that's being brought up, and you know, as Kwaku and Abdul and even Fortunate have been talking about, is, you know, with the platforms that you guys have developed, I'm wondering how much support have you received from governments, and what else is the source of, especially some of your funding? Because, you know, doing all this fighting, it's a full-time job. You know, it requires a lot of resources even to disseminate all the information. So maybe comment on your sources of support, as well as, you know, some of the challenges that you face in getting or mobilizing these campaigns. And we can start with Abdul.
Yeah, thank you. So for African Science Literacy Network, actually our support comes from the Wellcome Trust. So what happened is we actually got a grant to launch the African Science Literacy Network in 2019. So, and just after we launched in October, you know, and then in 2020, COVID came. So a lot of things that the journalists and the scientists that we have trained in science communication, now most of them now had to focus their projects on the coronavirus pandemic. So it wasn't really about the pandemic, but because we are an organization that is focused on training scientists and journalists in science communication, as well as promoting public understanding of science. So immediately the pandemic came, you know, it was upon us to kind of actually do the job of fact-checking this misinformation and debunking it in the public. So our main source of funding is from Wellcome Trust anyway, but we don't have any support from government. I mean, we all work voluntarily, so so that is what we do. But we've been trying to like build partnerships with other media organizations, for example, Nigeria Health Watch in Nigeria, which is a popular science and health focused media publication in Nigeria. So we are trying to build more stronger partnerships with them to see how we can collaborate. For example, in terms of crossing posts and stories in both the African Science Literacy Network and the Nigeria Health Watch, because like Nigeria Health Watch has a very larger audience in Nigeria. So if, for example, we do our stories in local languages, they can be republished on Nigeria Health Watch so that we can have a wider reach. So that is what we are doing at the moment.
Thank you, Abdul. Unfortunately, do you want to comment on that?
So our WhatsApp groups are mostly volunteer run. They are under the umbrella of the USIP Community School. So I am a USIP alum. USIP is an organization that was started by Rebecca Ziegler-Mano in Zimbabwe to help students come to the US. So the administrators of the group are mostly USIP alums who came to the US and did their education here and who are now working in the public health field. But we're doing our work in partnerships with students who are currently at the USIP Community School in Zimbabwe. So we just volunteer our time and we post our posts twice a day in the WhatsApp groups every single day. We've also partnered with another student-run organization, which is called the Zim COVID Hub. We were partners with them initially when the pandemic started, and they were working on translating most of the COVID-19 information that was becoming available into some languages that are spoken in Zimbabwe. So they were partnering with, I think it was a language group at Harvard University, and they helped develop these posters that described the virus, that talked about the many preventative measures, and they were producing posters in English, in Shona, in Ndebele mainly, because these are the main languages spoken in Zimbabwe. But then we also took some of the posters and we translated them into some other languages, like Tonga and Venda, which is also spoken in Zimbabwe. But we have no support whatsoever from the government. Like I said, it's volunteer run. And sometimes the challenges that we face are like what everybody has said, to try to translate this high jargon into local languages that are understood by everyone. But one thing that we always try to do when we're distilling information from like a scientific article, we try at least to use very simple English to distill it from all this scientific jargon into at least some English that everybody can understand, because luckily English is our official language in Zimbabwe. And when we cannot translate into the local languages, we go with very simple English. And we always try to cite our sources, which is one thing that we're teaching the high school students in Zimbabwe, to always have a source cited to every post that we post. But one other challenge that we've had is we don't have that much information from the Ministry of Health. So when we get a lot of information, or a lot of questions, sorry, from people in the groups where they're right now asking for information about vaccine distribution, we also have to wait until the information becomes available in like local TV stations, local radio stations, and then we go from there.
Yeah, thank you so much for talking about that. I kind of want to segue into a topic. I know that we've been talking a lot about kind of the more positive or more beneficial implications of curbing misinformation and disinformation. But I kind of was thinking about how there's also the possibility of weaponizing this information. And I was kind of interested in hearing from maybe Rutendo, you could start in next, Martin, if, I guess in our respective countries, if you've actually seen or heard of or kind of know of the prevalence of weaponizing this information for individual gain.
Oh, that's fascinating. Could you clarify what you mean by individual gain? I just don't want to completely like miss the target on it.
Yeah, it's not necessarily specified. I'm thinking of politicians, I'm thinking of businessmen, I'm thinking of just different people just weaponizing information just for it. So if it's just me, like I have my own purpose for X, Y, and Z thing that I'm working on, you know, in this lab, and maybe I wanted to weaponize information, but I mean, obviously it's not me, but kind of like in your own respective countries, if you kind of seen that play out a little bit.
Sure. I think one thing that has been pointed to that I can actually give an example of, it's weaponized by religious leaders. In my country, I know we had one very prominent evangelical Pentecostal leader talk about it actually was not necessarily him talking about it as the mark of the beast in Christian terms, but he actually put himself forth as somebody that understands the global politics of public health, which is totally straying from like his lane, right? But that idea is that, you know, he posed himself as a leader in the community, as the only person that is able to actually give people the real truth and the real information, and thereby, I mean, the gain for him is that more people go to his church because it's kind of like he's telling you information that's being withheld from you, which is, in my personal opinion, strongly tied to economic financial gain in that respect. I think the other thing that I could say that I have seen is in WhatsApp groups, people that actually now sell things like Zumbani or steaming packs or like COVID safety packs. I think since Fortunate is actually probably in more groups looking at this, might have more physical examples, but in the few ones that I've been in, I've seen people start to sell kind of like COVID-19 packs or whatever it is that they're providing. And so there is that sort of economic financial gain. And especially if you come from a country like Zimbabwe in which, you know, there's no official figure on unemployment rates, but they estimated that it's 90%. Everybody's a hustler. So there's always that opportunity for people to monetize misinformation and disinformation. And then when it comes to political gain, I'd like to say that I think, fortunately, we haven't necessarily seen the government deny it, that to be fair, and also they have actually done very well in terms of countering misinformation in the rural areas by creating booklets and sending social health workers to the rural areas to actually talk to people face to face. So that has been great. However, the political gain and the political benefits that I can see has been, it has provided an opportunity for well-founded criticism from opposition parties to then undermine the government, which then can really slow down responses and sort of actually work against in some ways, right? It's kind of like, yes, they're not working on the healthcare system, but is this how we're going to say it right now when people's lives are at stake? And so that political gain and that political benefit, I have seen it sort of come in the other way. And I guess the challenge is to then balance those perspectives and those views.
Maybe just to add on that, specifically how people are weaponizing COVID-19 or the misinformation for personal gain. I can't be able to pinpoint, but I know right now we have, as we've had, not weaponizing, but still the whole information about COVID-19 has been used for so much personal gain. And I'll still go back to a very realistic example that has just happened in my country, Kenya. And in Kenya, we've had a very big scandal called the COVID billionaires. So COVID billionaires are people who made a lot of billions from COVID contracts, supplying PPEs. And we see that most of the names that are being mentioned are like the big people in government or the people who are holding different positions in parliament. Of course, these are cases that are under investigation, and as we know, and we have had previous history from this type of investigation. Most of the time, they will not be concluded to as directed by that is the president gave around 21 days to have such these cases investigated. So we've seen a lot of beneficial benefits happening to companies and to individuals who are getting these millions. So it's been both in the opposition parties and in government, and we've also seen the way COVID has been used to really deny people rights, and as we've also seen in the case of Uganda, where we've had like the toughest campaign period, and we've had a lot of human rights issues, and all this is the reason for all this is COVID. We are trying to stop the spread and so on. So in terms of personal gain, it's both the correct information and the misinformation that has been used for those benefits.
Hi. So a very quick point on this. In Ghana, it took a different turn for us, because at one point we were going to the elections and the political systems were sharpened to counter each other for political gains. And then COVID-19 came in. So they weaponized COVID-19 as now the new tool to help them win the elections. And so you have the leader of the opposition in parliament on health communication coming out to make a claim, for instance, that the World Health Organization has come in to assess Ghana and they are ranking us very zero, running us down, that we are not prepared to fight COVID-19. Then we step in to counter it and say, that is not true. World Health Organization came to access us, and this is the situation. So you find that we found a lot of politicians using COVID-19 as a campaign element to run down the government, or to expose the government on why they have not built a lot more health infrastructure, and comparing the previous government to say, he built so many hospitals, look at you, if he hadn't built it, our system would have been down. Now, because of the COVID stress on health facilities, we are depending on the opposition leaders' health contribution to the system, to our health system to survive. Secondly, there were a lot of alternative treatments moving around. So there's this drink we call Sobolo. It's a reddish drink created from a hibiscus plant. A colleague of mine did a report to fact check it to say it is not a cure, or it is not one that can be used to treat COVID-19. Then a company that produces some of these products came with its people to attack us on social media saying, why are we doing a report like this? Because they were gaining from the rounds that that drink is able to help cure. So a lot of them, core effects, a lot of herbal medicines that were being thrown around as alternative cures, they were gaining from it. And our work in fact checking them was trouble for them. They kept attacking us every now and then. Just wanted to make that input.
All right, thank you. So we're coming up on time, and I wanted to give every panelist an opportunity to make any last closing remarks, especially in terms of what effective strategies you think we should use, even engaging our governments in order for us to not only combat COVID-19, but also this secondary pandemic of mis and disinformation. So we can start off with Gabriel.
Thank you. I just would say that it's important to keep putting pressure on platforms to really be accountable to engaging in effective content moderation, hiring locally, making sure they have local language capacity, and they use all the funds they said they would to support digital media literacy, to support all the incredible civil society initiatives and local journalistic initiatives working to combat disinformation around COVID.
Thank you. Rutendo.
I think that, like, just for closing remarks, I think that it is important that we also consider like just having more information and more representation of the people that are giving the information. I mean, for just a quick example is that there is a doctor of Zimbabwean origin who works for Pfizer and was involved in the making of the vaccine, and his picture started going viral when he talked about his past as a Zimbabwean and things like that. It would be nice to see him from the beginning, actually, because then some of these questions would not have come up, seeing that representation. A lot of African scientists have been involved in different aspects with different companies and different firms in the creation of this vaccine, in understanding the virus as well. So I think when we give information, it is important to target the contexts that we're dealing with, so that we can also speak to the political, socio-economic realities.
Thank you, Anne Fortunate.
I think my last remarks would be, one thing that we've learned from running our platform is the need to translate scientific language into more local languages, more understood languages. There are so many common English words that we use for these many infectious diseases that we could just start translating them, not to be a doomsday prep or anything, in case there's another pandemic or in case we need this information as readily. I think maybe it's time to just start coming up with a dictionary of some sorts, and maybe having regional partnerships, because there are many common languages that are spoken among regions. That would be very helpful. And also one last thing, to maybe start pursuing research into some of these local remedies that people have been postulating, because some of them have been used for so many times, for such a long time, that if we actually look at their scientific benefits, people might actually gain a lot more, and they might trust what is locally grown, in the event that we're getting a vaccine from China that people don't really trust, because everything that comes from China is usually associated with not being very properly made. If we local things that people actually understand, that people actually know. But I am all for the science first before we.
Yeah. Kwaku.
Well, my closing remarks is to focus on the next phase of our fight, which is the vaccination, the jab, and the misconception and the deep mistrust that has come up in its wake. I know my country, for instance, there's been an announcement that something like the government is procuring some of these vaccines for us, and even though they are making the efforts, if the mistrust and the misinformation is allowed to thrive, it's really going to derail the whole effort the government is making. And so yeah, we call on government to move beyond the challenges that faces us. Of course, we are all challenged. It's very novel for all of us, and we hope that partnership can work. We hope that funding support would come, that we'll be able to contribute to combat this and clear ourselves from this pandemic.
Abdul, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the first thing I think we need to do is, like, we have genomic surveillance that helps us to track, SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus variants that are emerging. So maybe we can have something like a rumor surveillance, an instituted rumor surveillance in countries that will help us to actually survey and understand the trends of, and even the different kinds of this misinformation that are spreading. I feel like that will help us to be able to kind of have more strategic communication that targets specific populations and people. Like I said, in Nigeria, we've had these issues of misinformation, even with the vaccines, with the polio vaccines in northern Nigeria, and even in eastern Nigeria, we've had that, in the past, where there were rumors that the Nigerian army was actually vaccinating children who are from the eastern part of the country, so they don't grow and become and fight the civil war again. So you have all these rumors spreading. At the moment, I know that the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency in Nigeria is actually has rolled out like a survey to help them like have that is in the horizon to the rollout of the vaccines, to help them like have just a pulse of the entire country, the rumors that are spreading, particularly about the vaccine. And with that, they are hoping to develop strategic tailored communications that will help in terms of dispelling this misinformation and also prevent vaccine hesitancy at the moment. Yeah, so, and finally, I saw a question like in the chat box. Someone asked about whether Africa is developing its own vaccine. Yeah, I think like that's really a very interesting question. Do we always have to wait, and beg for donors, for foreign donors, for international, for international countries to always, give us vaccines? Well, it is really a big, for me, I think it is a big lesson for us Africans and for our leaders. When we've seen that the people that used to help us are actually in bigger trouble than us. So they even need this vaccine more than us. And we've seen the politics around it that is still playing. So far, I know that in Nigeria.
Wait, sorry, Abdul, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're running out of time. So I think everyone else, you have about 15 seconds, so we can start with Martin. You're on mute.
Sorry for that. My conclusion is, or final words, let's convert these community leaders or these religious leaders who are trying to maybe spread, do the misinformation because of their influence, engage them and use them to spread the right information, because these are people that our community depend on and our community trusts. So it's to the better advantage of the community if they are part of the movement that is speaking the truth and the right information.
Thank you, Martin. Miriam?
I would say to continue to be truth tellers in all capacities. I know we've been talking about large scale of the leaders of the community. I was going to give a story, but that will be short. But I've also noticed, at least here in the States, that it's also the one-on-one interactions that are where misinformation is being spread a lot. It happened here in the Somali community that led to a protest happening in downtown Columbus because they thought that healthcare workers were being prejudiced towards them, whereas healthcare workers were actually more so trying to control contact of people coming to the hospital and visiting patients and not spreading the disease out into the community. So while we look at it on the larger scale, we do need to look at it on the micro scale and looking at the interactions that people are having with their neighbors and when they're telling their stories, how that influences the next person from actually seeking help or actually taking the vaccine when they get access to it.
Yeah, those are good points. John?
All right, thank you. One thing is clear from all the explanations that I've gone so far, that one-size-fits-all approach would not solve each context-specific issues with respect to this COVID-19 infodemic. For me, what it's quite important is the timing of accurate information in the public space in order to fill the already existing knowledge gap. If we don't do that, then that gap would then be filled by these chunks of this information and misinformation. And I think that for us within the academia, universities have serious role to play in doing this. So just like, Michigan is doing, all public universities or private universities in Africa may have that social and corporate responsibility of engaging departments, units that are more health aligned and helping them, students, staff, getting into the communities to share accurate information about this, especially when we are waiting for the imminent arrival of this vaccine in order to avoid this vaccine hesitancy. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Well, thank you everyone for the panel. I really enjoyed having this discussion. I think the highlights to take away from this is that it's a community effort. Everyone has a role to play in combating the disinformation. And we do need to have some coordinated responses at the governmental level and, academic, corporate, and government partnerships so that we can have, this effective fight against disinformation, because I think whatever next pandemic comes through, we're going to have to fight the same problem, and we have to be prepared for that. So thank you everyone for showing up. You can catch more of this on our podcast with Rutendo Coles Taking Into Account, and it's on every platform. If you did want to know more about vaccines, I know there was a panel yesterday, and I think everything from this conference has been recorded, so you can also catch up on that on the African response. I'm so sorry that we ran over time, so I will give it to you guys to give the closing remarks, but thank you for attending.
Thank you very much. And many thanks to the U of M African Student Association, the African Graduate Students Association, and the Africa Business Club for organizing this excellent panel discussion. As we close our Africa Week together, this panel discussion is a perfect way to connect us back to our real world COVID realities. And more broadly, dear audience, we reached the end of Africa Week. It has been an inspiring week together. We had over 700 unique attendees joining us over the past 5 days, participating, asking questions, and joining our lively discussion on topics ranging from economic growth, technology opportunities, public health and food security, and the critical roles that higher education and heritage play in giving us confidence on how to move forward. We discussed in many sessions the role of public health programs and the challenges and reprioritizations driven by COVID-19, but also the new opportunities it brought us for us to connect, including this very conference that could not have been possible in this format and with this broad reach if it were not for the ongoing pandemic.
Thank you, Valeria. So before we close this conference, I just want to take a minute to say thank you to everybody who made this event possible. So first, thank you to everybody who connected as audience members from all over the world. The Zoom interface meant that you couldn't necessarily see each other, but please know the panelists could all see you, and they really appreciated knowing that hundreds of people were logging on to listen in and participate in this event. Also, special thank you to the panelists who participated, and particularly to those colleagues who joined us from Africa who had to make time in the middle of their workday or maybe even over dinner to be with us. This conference was a dialogue between the US and Africa, and that would not have been possible if our African partners and colleagues didn't join us to participate in this event. Thank you also to the phenomenal U of M events team who was running this massively complicated international Zoom event behind the scenes. Some of them are here, you might see them on the screen, but thank you, Lauren Smott, Amanda Bynum, Maria Steve, Lauren McKenna, Aaron Dolsky, you might not have interacted with them, but they really made this work wonderfully. Also, a special thank you to Ava Burnham, who designed our website and kept it up to date. All of you would have engaged with the website, which really created a home for this digital event online. Thank you, Ava, and the website will continue to be available. Lastly, I'd like to say thank you to the African Studies Center and the rest of the leadership team at the center, including my colleagues Henrique Floresbos and Laura Ben, who hopefully you can see on camera here. Thank you, Laura and Henrique, for your help in organizing this event. And also the rest of the ASC team, which includes the International Institute, that provides a lot of administrative support to the African Studies Center and also helped us to promote this event. All the students who are members of our various Africa-focused student organizations, and all the faculty and staff affiliates of the African Studies Center, from whom many of the University of Michigan panelists who participated in this event was drawn. Thank you, everybody. And then over to Brody for the last words.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you, Valeria. It is a lot of fun to be here, and I just want to add my own thanks to all of you for joining us this week. We hope that Africa Week will inspire you to stay involved with Michigan, to lend your time, your expertise, and even your philanthropy to our ongoing engagements. You, our closest friends, make a tremendous difference in the University of Michigan and to so many of our partners across the continent. In the coming days, you'll receive a survey on your conference experience, in addition to a heartfelt thank you, along with more information about how to stay involved. In about a week, we will then send a link to the conference videos, which will be posted to the Africa Week website. In the meantime, thank you for spending the week with us, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. And with that, have a wonderful weekend.